Okay, I got the mic audio to work again now.
Alright, here.
Properties. Speakers, Realtek audio. There. Okay, I got it working now.
I can hear you on the video.
And I can
see if I can hear me. I can hear me coming through. Alright, we're good.
Oh boy, I think I'm picking up your audio though on my mic.
Oh.
Are you echoing twice over in the stream?
Turn it on and see. Let's see. A little echoey, but not terrible.
Okay, that'll be good enough then.
I can at least be. I can my voice sound like it's not terrible.
Yeah. Okay. So after an hour of doing a stream, we realized there was no audio playing, and we fixed it.
Oh, great!
We are professionals.
Yep. We gotta do more streaming, so we do this less. So we suck less at this.
Yeah.
All right. So Cheetah and Cheshire robbed the Justice League. I've been enjoying it. The first one I will say is it's almost all one conversation. Everything after that has been really cool, like really well done, like heist. I think Bueller would very much enjoy it.
Okay. Yeah, he loves heists. He'll read anything with a heist in it.
Yeah. I know. That's his whole thing. So yeah, I'm gonna give it decent though, right? Like there are some issues where what? But it's really got me wanting a couple of things that I'm like, oh, this would be fun. Because so right now, actually, in Green Arrow, Leon Harper is helping her father go after the dude who's shooting people up with heroin. And so she's doing hero stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And here in Cheetah and Cheshire, she's doing villain stuff, right? She's helping rob the Justice League. And she's got friendships with, she's got a very cute, odd friendship with Cheetah,
Mm-hmm.
which is, adorable. And, also I love the character of Featherweight, who she's got a good friendship with. Featherweight being a super strong villain who's an activist villain. Like she shows up at protests and she's trying to fight fascism. She's only a villain because she's breaking the law. She's a criminal. She's not a villain. Right?
Yeah, I get you.
And it turns out her mother is Nissa Al Ghul.
Oh, okay.
And now I want her to interact more with Damian. Because they actually showed up, at one point they end up running into a bunch of teen heroes on the Watchtower, and they're cornered, and Damian recognizes her. And she's like, hey, cuz. And I'm like, oh, I didn't make that connection with her last name. And now I'm like, that could be a lot of fun to have them interact.
She can tell she can tell Damian she can tell Damian about the time she almost essayed him.
And you just cut out.
YouTube did not want me telling.
You can tell Damian about.
Yeah, YouTube didn't want me telling the world about what she does in Red Robin. It was not good.
Mm. About Nissa, I assume?
Nissa shows up, I believe it's Nissa, shows up in Tim Drake's Red Robin run in 2010. And wants to have a baby with him without his consent.
Oh god.
Yeah, he has to get saved by Cassandra. It's one of the nice moments where Cassandra gets to return to the comics.
Did Grant Morrison write that run?
The Red Robin run? I don't know.
I'm joking because it seems like that is a running theme between those siblings now.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think they were alluding to it with that story.
Yeah, but so I love Alia. She's super cute, and I think she'd be fun to see in some Batman media.
Mm-hmm.
Like I can very much see her or like working with Anarchy and a couple of the other. Definitely working with Catwoman. Like she can definitely blur the lines because of her motivations as a criminal.
Mm-hmm.
So like I think she'd be great in that. This is Rucka and Nicholas Scott. They're fantastic together. I'm really enjoying it. The other thing that I want, and I've told you about this, I want a Leon Harper mini where she's just oscillating between hero and villain, mom and dad, just like
how LT
who do
Gray
I
of
want
you.
to piss off today?
How LT Gray of you.
Yes, I want an LT Gray mini of this, exactly. That is, in fact, the reference point I have used every time I've posted about this.
I really want
to
write a Arsenal Cheshire road trip story where the two of them go and find Leanne and have just like a flashbacks series of stories as like front half is them trying to track down and find Leanne together, and the other half is us actually like seeing them for meeting together for the first time and like what because we've never actually seen Cheshire and Roy's actual like. We've had it alluded to, we've had reference to it. We've never actually had a story telling us how these two met.
So another thing that I think would be could be cool, that I thought of would be a story where Cheshire finds out that Catman lied to her about Thomas Blake Jr. dying. It's probably one of the worst things Catman has ever done.
I forgot they actually had a kid. I thought she was lying.
Huh?
I forgot they actually had a kid. I thought she was lying.
It's one of the best arcs of Gail Simone's.
Yeah, because I remember her saying she was pregnant after sleeping with. Yeah, I remember she was saying she was pregnant after sleeping with Catman, but I forgot that she actually like had the baby. I thought she was just lying with him.
So during the 3-year Secret Six arc, Secret Six run that she had, the ongoing, at one point, a bunch of people that Cheshire has wronged break in and beat the shit out of her and kidnap Thomas Blake Jr. And Catman goes after them. And he leaves the Secret Six, goes after them, and the Six, most of them, go after him. Actually, Scandal, Deadshot, Black Alice, and Ragdoll all leave Bane, who's like, if you leave, you're out of the Six, and they all go to help him. And he and Scandal is they're on the road, and Scandal says, I called Cheshire and figured out where he might be. She made me promise that we wouldn't try to stop him. And Deadshot says, stop him? I would help him pin them down while he claws out their eyes. It's like, stop him? What are you talking about? Right? and Catman goes and like really messes up people. Like it is like actually like it goes so far. Like you can actually be like look at this and go, oh man, I think Catman went too far here. But at the end, he comes to the guy who organized the kidnapping, gets him to tell him where Thomas Blake Jr. is, and he finds out that Thomas has been adopted by a completely unknown, by a family that is completely outside of the criminal world.
Yeah.
They're not bad people. They're fine. Like, and he's like, and basically this old man is like, just tell him she died. Just tell Cheshire that your son is dead, because he's gonna have a better life if she thinks he's dead. And he does. And it is like the worst thing he's ever done to Cheshire. Like, it's also maybe the best thing he's done for that kid. It's a really hard moment, and it's fantastic. And so, all this to say, I kind of would like Cheshire to find out that her son is alive, and go and have like Leon and Thomas like interact, have them meet, have Leon meet her little brother. Like, I think that could be cool, but also I know there's no way that Catman doesn't get murdered for that.
Okay, I have a pitch I want to work with this, but I'm going to tell you after the stream because I think this could actually work as a really good comic for us to work on together.
Sure.
But okay, so the next comic on the list is, okay, now we're talking about Justice League versus Godzilla versus Kong 2. God, that is a mouthful of a title.
Yeah. So I love the original Justice League versus Godzilla versus Kong. Because there was this sense of scope to it that was just amazing. Like when you saw these heroes fighting these kaiju, they felt small. The kaiju felt bigger than the page. And here that scope is missing. That scale is like not there.
Okay.
And it's a real disappointment from the from that. Like, it just, and it's weird because it is the entire same creative team. They didn't get a new artist. Like, this is just a big monster fight thing. Like, it is an excuse plot. And oddly, the excuse plot feels too convoluted and too thin at the same time.
I get you. It's one of those plots where there's obviously a lot of stuff that was like cut before they finished it, and so there's a lot of like missing chunks.
Yeah. I was honestly gonna give it worst thing I read, but like a little higher, but higher than Black Canary.
Okay. All right. Next one.
Yeah. Now it's
Fire and Ice.
Fire and Ice
freezes over.
Yeah. This is an and the thing, like, it's fun. It's fun. Hey, how's it going? We got someone in the chat saying, "Hey, y'all."
Oh, nice. And they can actually hear us this time. And they can actually hear us this time.
Huh?
Oh, can you not hear me now?
No, we got over each other. What was that?
I just said, and they can actually hear us now. Oh boy. We got some bad lag, and I'm green right now, so it's you who's lagging.
Yeah. Fire and Ice, I feel like Joanne Sarah gets a lot of hate. This is okay. Comedy is tough, I will say. Comedy's tough to write.
Mm-hmm.
W.C. Witt says, "Tell Honey it's Faye."
Hey, Faye! Yeah, I can't check the chat because I am doing the stream, so Wolf's checking the chat. Hey, Faye.
I know. That's me telling you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, there's some comedy to the run, but it's not great.
Superman Book of L is next.
Oh, we're just gonna skip over it. Okay. Yeah, Superman Book of L. Adventures
And
of
this one
Superman.
is going to be great potential. There's only 3 episodes out.
Okay.
Adventures of Superman, the Book of L. Yep. So this is going to be great potential because there's only 3 issues out, but it is a lot of fun. It's also centering the Super Twins, which is good.
Mm-hmm.
Although it hasn't gotten a chance to yet.
Okay.
So, the bad guy, not the bad guy, but one of Superman's allies turned enemies from the War arc has arrived and has shunted Superman and the twins into the far future, where his evil is law. Yes, it feels very Samurai Jack in a very cool way. I feel like the future that he's in it's very inventive. There's a lot of cool stuff in there. It is a different future from the futures we have seen before.
Mm-hmm.
The feudal lord of Earth is of this part of Earth is called the Lex. That is like the title. Lex is the title. One of the characters is a sentient Green Lantern construct. There's a super descendant in here as well, which is cool. And Jimmy Olsen got
Hello? Hello? I'm sorry, everybody. My co-host has lagged out so bad he's become inaudible. Hello? Are you there? Because I'm seeing you flicker a little. Oh, he's out. Okay. Yeah. Well, Faye, it's just you and me here for now until we figure things out. Oh, hello!
Hey, I'm back.
Yay, and you can actually be heard.
Yay! Okay.
Welcome back, Wolf.
Yay! The nightmare stream continues.
Yeah, okay, so you were mentioning something about Jimmy Olsen and then vanished.
Oh. Yeah, Jimmy Olsen has survived like 3,000 years and still has his Turtle Boy powers.
Everyone loves the reference to Turtle Boy powers.
Yeah. He turns into this giant, like, incredibly old turtle with a beard. It's fantastic. I'm really enjoying it. Great potential. Like, it is such a cool, like I said, very Samurai Jack.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Is that all we have to say about the and we're gonna switch over to Detective Comics now?
Okay, Detective Comics. This is mostly Tom Taylor's run, and honestly, it's not bad.
I'm not like the biggest fan of Tom Taylor, but he's definitely like the better of the two Toms. You there? Uh-oh. You've glitched out again. I think we might end up having to cut the short. My biggest annoyance with Tom Taylor as a writer is that he seems to write exclusively for memes and Twitter reaction posts where people post out of context panels of it. That like he'll post like the most like out of context dialogue and panel lines just for like clickbait scenes, and it just feels like that's the primary focus of his stuff is just to get attention on the internet. Like I liked his Suicide Squad run. It wasn't bad, but there's most of it is just fun. Like the thing of Deadshot holding a dog saying, "I don't hit me, I have a dog," and it's like it's a cute scene, but it's just it feels like that's all there is to Taylor's work is just cute scenes. It's very shallow in that way. Okay, Wolf's restarting his router. Also, Faye, you missed out on a great detail. We learned about Superman Kryptonite spectrum, which was that while they did get rid of the pink gender bender homosexuality kryptonite, they did give us the age regression kobold kryptonite. Or no, kobold kryptonite is the supersized one. It's the one after Cobalt Kryptonite. I don't know what the other one Cobalt besides it, but it's the third of the Kryptonites that we get introduced to in the storyline is the age regression one. So I'm just like, when is Supergirl gonna be hit with that? No.
All right, we're back.
Nice. Again.
So Tom Taylor, I think gets a bad rap. I think he, like I said, I think he's a lib.
Yeah,
he's
my
fine.
issue with his stuff is that politically he's way too centrist, but like I don't want to make waves politicsy, but more not even that really what gets on my nerves is he's so clickbaity with his writing.
Yeah.
Like a lot of his stuff seems exclusively like I like his stuff now and then. Like I like the Suicide Squad run, but it just feels like a lot of his stuff is like made explicitly to give us these out of context panels where cute weird things happen.
Yeah. And then I know a lot of people got really weird about the relationship about the one romance that happens in Detective Comics. They called it a self-insert relationship, and I'm like, who's the insert here? They were like, they were never quite clear on whether the girl was Tom King or the girl was someone that Tom King would like to date as Batman. Not Tom King, Tom Taylor. God, I get the Tom messed up all the time.
To be fair, I've made similar comments about Tinian's Detective Comics run and how much he so obviously both wants to be and wants to date Tim Drake.
Yeah. Yeah. But the thing with they're like it's so out of character, and I'm like, wait, it's suddenly out of character for Bruce to date a hot woman with terrible morals?
No, that's his kink.
Yeah, I'm like, that's his type. That's what are you talking about? That's him. That's like the.
If anything, that's the reason why him and
Ghostmaker actually. Yeah, Ghostmaker.
Oh, I love Ghostmaker. I thought Ghostmaker was a great character.
Yeah. Oh, Faye has a point that Taylor did more to wreck John Kent than Bendis. Honestly, fair. Like John Kent is. We're gonna get into this when we get to Secret Six.
We
John
both love
Kent
Secret
has
Six.
been one of the most sanitized characters in.
Yeah, I think
in comics.
Taylor's Superboy stuff, Taylor's John Kent stuff has definitely been the thing that's ruined his like appeal in comic book spaces because that and his Nightwing and his John Kent going back to back, both being these incredibly sanitized liberal centrist stuff is just like so irritating.
Yeah, that's really it. Like John Kent, terribly sanitized. Nightwing, terribly sanitized. Just took off all the edges of these characters. Like I did not like his Nightwing, because I granted one of my first real dive into Nightwing was the was the Seeley run.
Okay.
And I loved it because it was so full of soap opera bullshit.
My big introduction to Nightwing as a character was the original Chuck Dixon stuff, which was just like gave us that amazing single issue of him in a Scarecrow Fear Talks in Dream State, where he imagines the dead skeleton ghost of Jason Todd and seeing Tim Drake and Azrael as superiors to him, and him being cucked by Roy Harper, and it's just like there's so many toxic emotions going on in Nightwing's head. I loved it so much.
Yeah, like Tim Seeley, one I had a super crush on Sean Sang and also Nightwing. Those two together, I'm like, yeah. Mm-hmm. And I just loved the idea of I'm like this. I'm like, I actually met Tim Seeley at Twin Cities Con a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
And I said I really like how you depicted Nightwing as a good guy but a terrible boyfriend. Like, yeah, I'm like, no, Nightwing should never have both a happy romance and a good superhero life
If
and
anything,
a good like job life. Like, sorry, something's gotta give.
if anything, all of them should be bad in my opinion. But let's talk about Tom Taylor's Detective Comics.
Yeah, Tom Taylor's Detective Comics has been actually all right. Nothing to write home about. It's gonna get the but it's definitely not getting like it was fun, maybe decent, but like yeah, it's I read it I read it like oh that was fun, and then I put it away and I forget about it mostly. I think he gets too much hate on it, but like
yeah, it seems like a return. It's a return to Suicide Squad Taylor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Next we're on Krypto, the Last Dog of Krypton.
Oh God. I wanted this to make me cry. It did not.
I do love the art on this cover. This is amazing art.
Oh no, the art is amazing. The stories are good. There's one that really could have made me cry. It was just too talky.
Okay.
Ryan North's We3, but with a happy ending. Yeah. Kinda. It's a very homeward boundy story. But there's this one, the issue 3, issue 3, whatever. Spring, issue 4 was really good. The problem was that, like it really had potential because Krypto befriends this one dog and they go around having a happy time, and then they run into a Brainiac robot, and he and the other dog try to protect the kids who they were hanging out with, and then the Brainiac robot actually kills the little dog.
Aww.
And I'm like, I should be crying right now, but the Brainiac robot won't shut up.
Oh, it's one of those comics. I get you.
Yeah. And I recognize it's tough when your characters don't talk.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Right? Like Krypto does not talk. So it can be very difficult to like have that work.
I'm reminded of a really solid Ace the Bat Hound comic we had in Urban Legends, I believe it was.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah, that was a solid one.
Where he gets picked up by this group that modifies animals and weird shit. Yeah.
That was a good story. Yeah,
that was good. But yeah, so this was good. I'm gonna put it as decent.
Okay.
I wanted it to make me cry.
I get you.
Oh yeah, the faded speech bubbles. That like the lettering on this was great. Mm-hmm. They use faded speech bubbles to show that he doesn't quite hear or understand what's going on. He only the speech bubbles weren't always where when he was being talked to, he listened, and you could see them much more clearly. But they were grayed out and a little faded when they were just talking in the background.
I get you.
A really good job lettering on this. But just
Next we have Superman Treasury 2025.
I have it. I actually don't remember much of it. I have it sitting here. The art is beautiful.
I forgot I even read it.
Yeah, but I actually did forget I even read it. I like the size of it. I like the art. But yeah, it's fine.
Aquaman All In.
Aquaman All In has been fun. That's been good. I'm gonna put that at decent.
Okay.
Aquaman, I'm enjoying it. There's so Aquaman. It starts with a. So first off, in the wake of Absolute Power, Aquaman now has Mira's powers.
Okay.
So he has hydrokinesis, and he ends up actually being transported to the blue, this dimension that has absorbed oceans from all over. A little bit of Zebel in there.
Is this the run that gave us the Justice League Pirates, or is that from a digital comic? That's also Aquaman.
Oh no, that's a different comic. That is on That is Aquaman, Yo Ho Ho, Hold On to Your Hook.
Gotcha.
I don't like the title.
I hate the title too.
That one is Aquaman One Piece.
Yeah.
And that one is the one of the DC scrolling comics, the webtoon clone on DC Go.
But anyway, yeah, Aquaman has Mira's powers in Aquaman All In.
Yeah, and so now he's got and so he ends up fighting Dagon again. And running into a whole bunch of aqua-powered people who become his little Justice League Blue. Yeah, I'm very on the scrolling comics as a format. There's some cool ones in there, but like I'm just like I already read enough comics that I can't keep up with.
The way I see it is that it's a way to tap into like the Korean market, because I know the Korean webcomics, they love the scrolling.
Makes sense. But yeah, so this is decent. It's been fun. He's got Arian on his team and the Lady in the Lake, Nimue.
Okay.
No, not Nimue. Nimue is Madame Xanadu. It was Madame Xanadu. The other one. Yeah, one of her sisters. Who is the Lady in the Lake in this one? He's got a new trident sword. That's cool.
Yeah, I can see it on the cover.
And also he's got Zan from the Wonder Twins in his team.
Okay. Because they can turn into water.
And Adrena has been aged up. Yep.
Who's Adrena? Is that his daughter?
Yep.
Okay. They needed to age her up quick before.
So now his daughter.
They needed to age her up quick before Black Manta heard about Aquaman having another kid.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a thing, yeah.
It's the one thing everyone knows.
Yeah, that's true. Let's see, is that next one there Superman or Action Comics?
The next one is Action Comics.
Action Comics. Okay, the current this has been an interesting year for Action Comics. Currently the arc they're doing is a Superboy arc, which has been really good. Mark Waid is on it, and it's a lot of fun. But it is also a little weird thinking about the fact that this is supposedly only 20 years ago now. That this Superboy is going to high school when I was a child, when I was in high school.
God, is Khan still going to high school?
God, I don't know. No, this isn't. This is Superboy, young Superman.
Oh, this is Superman as a kid. Okay.
Yeah, this is original Superboy.
Gotcha. When you said Superboy, I thought, oh, is Connor finally having a comic?
No. This is present Superman, but when he was a child.
God, they'll do anything they'll do anything to avoid giving Khan a comic.
He had a mini last year. That was pretty good, actually. That mini was good.
Okay.
But yeah. So right now they're on this very fun thing. This was also the same year that during the summer of Superman, they had a couple of mini arcs with various all-star writers. They had G. Willow Wilson do a run. This was that one run this also had that one run that was just amazing with
the Major Disaster comic. I hate that so much because I loved it so much, and then I read the writer, and it's one of my nemesis writers. I hate that writer so much. I forget his name off the top of my head, but I remember realizing because he's the guy who made Katana justify drunk driving.
Yeah, that's not good. But yeah, so like the major disaster arc was fantastic. I loved how angry he was because he's like I thought better of you.
Yeah, no,
I
that
gave you a chance. You were going well, and then he was so pissed at the guy who was actually taking these people's telomeres.
yeah, that was such a good. I loved all the characters that got brought in. I love that they brought back Brian. The amazing Brian. That was his name back then.
Yeah, like
what's your superpower? I'm their IT support.
Yeah, no, like that, like so they've had a really good year. Like,
okay,
I will say, like, it's not a whole like Action Comics is a comic that does a lot of shifting and stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna call it decent. It's been a fun read, but it's not like the major,
I'll put
stuff
it.
That, everything.
I'll put it at top decent, and if we are low on perfects, we'll move it over there.
Yeah.
All right. Next is Icon versus Hardware. I have not been keeping up to date with any of the new Milestone stuff that's been happening since I kind of got burned out when they were first launching this stuff. How has been the new revival of the Milestone brand?
Okay, Icon versus Hardware was interesting. So because it's so Hardware invents a time machine to go back in time and prevent slavery from happening.
Okay.
But he fucks up the time continuum.
Okay.
Right. Like this is there is a lot of like really good friction between these people as they are fighting because actually first he goes back to undo the getting first Icon goes back just to undo getting blamed for causing the Big Bang.
Okay.
And then he's like, wait, I've got a time machine. Why don't I just, prevent slavery from happening?
Yeah.
But he ends up basically becoming a god to a early people in Africa for a bit.
Okay.
Because he has to kind of take over the world effectively in order to prevent slavery, and he realizes that this is unsustainable. He can't really just do that to prevent it, right? So he ends up having to get so Icon and him fight. It's convoluted. It's weird. I'm gonna call it
the way I'm hearing it is that this is
some cool gender here though, because at one point, they're dealing with the actual big bad of the series at the end. And Icon is like, well, we have to arrest him, take him to prison, do the whole, like Icon is a very centrist Republican.
Yeah, he's always been a Republican. That was his big thing in the comics back in the day.
Yeah. Like that was always been and it's always an interesting issue, right? Like it very much does deal with that. We should change, we should fix things, we should pull ourselves up our bootstraps. So they're dealing with the actual big bad, and Hardware wants to kill him, and it's actually Rocket who convinces him not to. And it's not because he doesn't deserve it. It's not because it's the right thing to do. It's because if you kill him, they're gonna shoot your black ass. That's what they say.
So the way I'm seeing it with this comic is that it started with a interesting idea that takes advantage of the hard black-centered stories that was the Milestone universe, and then realized, oh fuck, this is 2025, we're owned by DC now, we can't actually do a hard black-centered story in that type of direction. We've got to try to make it work in a sanitized way that can make everyone feel like it's inevitable.
A little bit, it's still, I mean, Milestone has been DC forever, not forever, but, for the last, 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
They knew what they were going into when they did it. I don't feel like, it never feels like they pulled back on this. I think part of the issue with it is, it actually does feel like a conversation between these two, where they are dealing with each other's different philosophies very well. I will say part of it is that it just, it took a while between each issue to come out. There were delays.
I see.
That made it harder to read.
Gotcha.
So, release schedule puts it in a weird kind of frame. So that's where it gets the end.
I understand.
I'm sure if I read it all together, if I read it for the trade, it would be okay.
I get you. All right, next is Batman, Superman, World's Finest.
It's been fun recently, but and there's been some good stuff. It's kind of falling into the app category lately. I can't think of any storyline from the past year that has really been amazing, but it is fun to read. I enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but there's never been not much has come up that I've been like, oh, I can't wait to read that storyline.
Yeah. Okay. What about the new history of the DC universe?
This one I had so much trouble reading.
It's not a book. It is what the original history of the DC universe was, which was a history book.
Yeah, no, it is. It reads like a textbook. It's just this happened, then this happened, then this happened. There's no narrative to it, you know. It is the art is beautiful. But it is so hard to grade. I will say one of the things that's interesting in it is there are a couple of retcons that haven't shown up yet. They actually mention they because one of the things they talk about is the founding of the Justice Society Dark, who haven't had a story ever. They've never been a thing yet.
Justice League Dark? They had a comic. They've had a lot of comics.
Not Justice League Dark. Justice Society Dark.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe it was Dan Garrett, Dr. Occult, Giovanni.
Oh, I remember seeing this panel page. Yeah, I remember this. Yeah, I was so it was interesting to see Dan Garrett on there. It was great to see Silver Age Dan Garrett actually get some due and some attention for once in his life.
So it feels like something's coming with that. It did feel like there were some cool setups, but this is very
Oh, okay.
Very hard to. It's hard to grade because it's just a summary of everything that has happened recently in the current status quo.
I put it in with the other early issue stuff where those ones also were just hard to grade because there's not enough material. This is hard to grade because it's not really a comic.
No, it's not.
Yeah. So next one on the list is what? This one.
I voted.
Yeah. Die
This is-
loaded.
So
This is our first-
a indie comic.
Yeah, this is our first non-DC comic.
Yep, it's from Image Comics, and I was not sure how I was going to do this when I read it. So I literally, because I'm like, okay, I didn't realize that this was a sequel series to another series.
Mm-hmm.
That Kieran Gillen wrote this series, Die, which is about a bunch of people who got transported to a D&D realm in the 90s or something, and I'm like, okay, like I haven't read that one yet. I'm just gonna do a review on its merits as a story, and and you know I probably won't pick up the rest, you know. And then it got its hooks into me. I read it and I'm like, oh my god, nothing feels like things you don't remember, things that happened last time. It all feels like it never feels like oh that's a reference to something I don't know about. That's a reference I don't know. No, it feels like ooh, I wonder what that story is about. I wonder what happened here. I wonder. Ooh.
Okay.
That'd be cool.
I get you.
Like it feels like a mystery, and it is a mystery. There's a lot of mystery writing in this. Part of it is that they are survivors of this. They are living in in our world, having one of them has a kid who he was out of the world for 2 years when this kid was born.
Okay.
And he disappeared. Part of it is taking place just post COVID, so there's also literally in canon COVID happens.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some COVID trauma going into the story. It is I'm putting this fully into great potential. I'm like, oh my god, I'm hooked. I want to read more.
Great. All right. So putting this into the okay, I guess. Do we? All right.
Oh, thank you for giving me you changed the name. Hard to grade.
Yeah, I'll change this back to great potential if we just want to put history into the character. Okay.
Yeah, that one is it's just hard, really hard to grade. But I am that was a number one that got me excited to read the rest of it.
I understand. Okay. You know? On to another of these non-DC related books. Or it's a DC. No, it's just Sonic. Yeah, this is Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah, the Best of Shadow, and it is actually an anthology of actual issues from the Sonic comics that center around Shadow.
Okay, so is this an original story, or is this a collection of pre-existing stories?
It is a collection of reprints.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so how do we grade a collection of reprints?
Honestly, I read them all and I enjoyed them. I would call them decent.
Okay.
I was like, oh, this is really cool. These are some really cool little stories here. I'm like, oh, I can totally understand the appeal of Sonic characters, of the Sonic stories. This is great.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I was like, oh, yeah.
Okay, next up we have Superman Unlimited. There's a lot of Superman books here.
Well, they had the Summer of Superman.
Oh, I get you.
Literally, they declared this summer the Summer of Superman. And so they put out a ton of Superman stuff. And, yeah. So this is Al Ewing. Writing Superman, and Al Ewing is really fun. No, it's not Al Ewing, is it? Let me find out.
There's no names on the cover of this art, so I don't know.
I'm also currently on
is this Vandal Savage as the villain?
Geeks, so
is this Vandal Savage as the villain?
Man, my decent list is getting really big though.
You only got 7 so far.
And it's Dan Slott. There we go.
Okay, Dan Slott.
Um, so this has been a fun one, and it's being referenced a lot in other current DC ongoings.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so so there's a couple of things going on. One is that just as the Justice League has become the Justice League Unlimited, um, the Daily Planet has gotten a major boost in production based because of being bought out by Galaxy Publications.
Yeah.
And so now there's a Daily Planet location in every major city in the world, including Gorilla City.
Okay, is there an ook 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 joke again, like we have with that Jimmy Olsen book?
Not quite.
Gorilla CNN.
Tina. But Tina is their tech person who works at the Daily Planet in Gorilla City.
Gotcha. I'm still just remembering that.
Very fun character.
I'm still just remembering that adorable Gorilla CNN joke from Jimmy Olsen's book. Ook ook ook.
I gotta read that at some point.
You haven't? That seems exactly your type of speed. It's a great run.
Yeah, absolutely is. So with this, but as this is happening, on the very first day of it, Lois is getting the promotion of a lifetime. She's no longer just editor-in-chief of the Daily Planet. She's editor-in-chief of the entire Daily Planet news network. Superman is called away to save the world from a giant meteor. And the meteor is a thin sheet of this one like super lead, basically. I forget, it's supposed to be unbreakable. It's from the future. It's one of their made up metals.
Yeah.
But the inside is entirely kryptonite.
This is I'm noticing that there's a lot of plot elements dragged from a bunch of other existing stories, like Galaxy Press buying up the Daily Planet. That's from back in the 70s during Kirby's run. The giant meteor full of kryptonite. That's a story already from another World's Finest comic.
But we've had a lot less kryptonite in. Yeah, and we've had a lot less kryptonite in Superman comics, and so this was sort of a correction to that, a recorrection. This giant kryptonite meteor crashes into Earth. He manages to prevent it, but
you are glitching out again.
It crashes into him too. He gets overdosed on. Oh man, he gets like overloaded with kryptonite energy, and a new thing changes. So one, he spends 3 months unconscious in a coma.
Oof.
And in those 3 months, an entire new country has formed called El Caldero. And their primary export is kryptonite. And they're trying to be a good nation, supposedly. Right? They're building like reactors that work on kryptonite and provide unlimited energy, all sorts of stuff. But also, kryptonite is everywhere. It's getting out into the black market anyway. Good news for Superman. He has new power, which is when he gets exposed to kryptonite for too long. So kryptonite still weakens him, but when he gets exposed to kryptonite for a lot of kryptonite, he then enters into a Golden God mode.
That's also not from kryptonite, but like Superman entering a Golden God mode. That's also from another storyline. That's from Superman All-Star. It's from All-Star Superman where he enters the Golden God mode.
Yeah, no. So he enters this Golden God mode. This is not quite that, because that one is like he lives in the sun at some point.
Yeah.
I know there's a future where he lives in the sun and he becomes a Golden God. That got referenced again in DCKO.
Okay.
But so this Golden God mode shows up when he gets overexposed to kryptonite, And then he has about 90 seconds of complete immunity to kryptonite, and his powers get supercharged. But then he gets like a day of I have no powers.
Okay. That's kind of interesting. It feels
So
like
a 90-second.
It feels like a less interesting version of the supernova ability, which I loved. I wish they would bring back the supernova ability.
Yeah, that one has been but yeah. So it's an interesting one. I'm giving it decent.
Okay.
It's a fun story. I'm really enjoying it.
Okay.
But it's fun, and I do like the level of changes it's done to the status quo. You know, it's been a lot of fun. I like the characters. There's at one point where he gets man-batted.
Oh.
There's a lot of like celebration craziness in here that's fun. Yeah, he gets shot with kryptonite and then bitten by Man-Bat, I think.
I see.
So he ends up being,
I'm trying to find what the next one on the list is, but I can't find the cover in my list, which is weird because these images all came from my list.
That one looks like Resurrection Man, Quantum Karma, Rom V.
Yeah, I see a Quantum Karma on there.
Yep. So so Resurrection Man, Quantum Karma is such an interesting concept. So Resurrection Man, whenever he dies, he has new powers.
Yep.
Based on the way he died.
Yeah, I've read his original comic.
Right, what caused his death. Yeah. And this time, he died of old age.
Okay. Time
killed him. So now he has time powers.
Okay.
And by time powers, I mean he enters into like a Dr. Manhattan-esque like interpretation of time.
Yeah.
So he sees all of his timeline basically all at once. And this is not the first time this has happened to him. Or I suppose will happen to him. Because there is another version of him who is obsessed with him using his powers in a way to stop this other big bad guy. But really, he's the one who needs to be trapped. And the ending to this was so good. The ending was very good. Where like he forms a trap for his future self, and it becomes kind of cyclical. Like this whole state that he is in, this machine that he is this clockwork world that he was in is actually the trap.
I see.
But it's so convoluted. It's Rom V makes me feel dumb.
Oh, okay. It's that kind of convoluted. It's not like It's not like convoluted in a bad way. It's convoluted in a I'm not smart enough to understand this way. Okay.
Yeah, this is written very slowly and very methodically, and I need to sit down and read this all in one sitting in the trade so that I can fully comprehend this. Rom V makes me feel like an idiot, and I am comfortable with that.
I mean, I love Ram V's stuff. I loved Swamp Thing. Swamp Thing was so good.
Yeah. So yeah, very much in that yeah.
How Indian is this one? Because I know Rom loves to rep his country over in these stuff.
It's granted, the whole concept of karma and like this was this was already baked into it almost. It not a lot happens in India, although something. No, that was Vietnam.
Oh.
No.
He's repping a different South of Asian country.
Yeah. Alright, yeah.
Yeah, so is this a perfect run, or is this decent?
I'm gonna say perfect. It is high art. It's uh, it's perfect. I am the one who is dumb.
Alright, next we
Oh,
have Poison Ivy.
Oh god, G. Willow Wilson's Poison Ivy run.
So this this run has been going on for a while. So we're going to specifically be talking about the stuff that happened in 2025.
Yes, because it's in its third year now.
Yeah, this is a long run. We don't have to wonder if this is a glitch or a gimmick or something. This started as a 6-issue mini, got bumped up to a 10-issue mini, and then became an ongoing run that has lasted for 3 years. We know this run as a whole is good, but was 2025 Poison Ivy good?
I have gotten in so many fights on League of Comic Geeks. So this arc comes with a bunch this new organization, the Knights, the followers of the Green Knight, the Order of the Green Knight. They show up. They are eco-terrorists, and they worship Poison Ivy.
Okay.
She does not want them to. Part of the big thing here was that they blew up a grocery store, and Poison Ivy is like, hey,
I no longer hate humanity. That was the first lesson I learned at the beginning of my run.
Yeah, you gotta knock it off with the eco-fascist shit. You know, like, not blowing up little old ladies who are just trying to live their lives, right? We gotta, like, it is very consistent with its own, like, moral, with its own, like, story.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. And like, people got mad that she's, like, not doing as much eco-terrorism and that she's actually condemning an eco-terrorism group. And it's like, because they're not actually taking it to the right people.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And so that has gotten me into a lot of fights. It turns out this organization was created by her ex-girlfriend to give her an army.
Oh, are we
and
having
they
a
fight
return?
Over this.
We have a return of that weird woman who has like plant cats and such for what we saw in Fear State?
Yes, the gardener.
That's cool. I always thought she had interesting potential as a character. I just I wasn't sure if she was ever going to show up again.
Yeah, this has been a very fun arc. I've really enjoyed it. Like I said, caused a whole bunch of fights. I do think this arc has been a little spread out because there's also been this ongoing issue as well with Marshview. It's been a big part of that. There's this issue that comes up because she's been living in this marsh, which is a passageway through the green. It connects them to the it connects to almost any point. You can go from there to Seattle. You can go from Gotham to Seattle in an instant.
Mm-hmm.
Which is very cool. And she ends up like recruiting but someone betrays them. And it turns out that they are and suddenly Gotham PD knows how to get to Marshview. And that has never happened before. And so she ends up having to recruit the Order of the Green Knight, having to claim them, having to use them in order to fight against the cops.
Mm-hmm.
And that has been very interesting. And it turns out that part of the reason for this betrayal was that she had been neglecting Janet from HR. I know she has a last name, but her last name should be, in fact, from HR. Because Janet is sick, and Bog Venus, and she betrayed, and and Janet betrayed her to Bob Venus to get her to, because Bob Venus would save her,
Mm-hmm.
and it was just revealed that she realized that Bob Venus is actually the person who got Janet sick.
Okay.
There's all sorts of romance and betrayal, and it's very messy, and I'm enjoying that mess.
Yeah, I get you.
I'm going to say the quality on this has continued to be excellent.
Gotcha. So it's still perfect.
It has not dropped in quality. It's perfect. Like, yeah.
All right. Next we have Superman: The Last Days of Lex Luthor.
Oh, this is great. So what I continue to say that Superman should be a better person than me. And this is Superman being a better person than me because he does save Lex Luthor's life. But the problem with this one is that there was a 2-year gap between 1 and 2.
Oh wow!
Because Mark Waid
is doing everything.
Mark Waid had too much work. The first one came out in 2023. The second one came out in 2025.
I see. So this is another one of those potentials that we can't really grade because there's only been like a second issue that came out this year.
No. It's complete.
It's complete? Okay.
No. It's complete. It is a 3-issue mini.
Okay.
It's just like no. It's just losing points because Mark Waid couldn't finish it in its year.
Yeah, I get you. I'm also just laughing that it was just
I could not talk about it enough.
I'm just also laughing because you said it was completed, and so my brain said, "Oh, it was like a 6-issue run that they resolved in this year." No. They just had 2 issues that came out this year, and that was it being completed. It was it's just like we wrote 2 issues this year. We're done.
Yeah. So the plot of this is that due to all of his experiments with kryptonite, Lex Luthor has cancer.
Okay. That's a very common story we tell.
Yeah. And he, in true comic booky fashion, has decided he's going to use this to ruin Superman's life by asking Superman to save him.
Okay.
And then when Superman agrees, he broadcasts Superman agreeing to save the most hated man on the planet's life to everyone. Just so that everyone knows, hey, Superman agreed to do this shit. And I know you're gonna hate that.
Yeah, there's a lot of layers to this. Like, if Superman fails, that's on him and the world's gonna know he failed. If he succeeds, the world is gonna know you're responsible for all the future crimes that Luthor is going to commit.
Yeah, and it definitely does engage with that, but there's also a lot of really cool, like, part of it is, like, Superman goes to everyone trying to figure out how to do this. How to fix this, and he can't. Like, it is Superman trying every last option. At one point, he goes to the Spectre, which we don't get it's in a montage, so we don't get any understanding of what happened there. I can only imagine it was like 50. It was like an entire hour of the wrath of God laughing in Superman's face. Like, Superman, Spectre, can you please help me save Lex Luthor and Spectre's like, I could make his cancer faster. Like,
Spectre's not gonna
like,
save Lex Luthor.
What do you want me to do?
I'm surprised Spectre hasn't killed Lex Luthor himself. That's a story, actually, I'd like to see. Right? That's a story I'd like to see. Like, Spectre deciding to...
Someone's laughing at him. No, not great. This would be perfect. I'm gonna move it down to decent, though.
Oh?
Because of the 2-year break.
Well, I mean, are these last two issues...
It's a lot of montage.
Are these... Oh, there's a lot of montages also. Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, it's a lot of montage. It's a lot of... I will say... It turns out that the true villain was Lex's ex-boyfriend, Brainiac. Yeah, it does end with Lex sacrificing himself to save Superman.
That's solid.
Yeah, it is a solid I'm gonna give it a decent.
Okay.
Like, yeah, it's a lot of montage. It's a lot of gorgeous art. Yeah, and like I said, production issues in it as well. Decent.
Next we have Batman: Gotham by Gaslight, A League for Justice.
Worst thing I read.
Oh, wow.
Okay, actually, no, wait. League for Justice?
I mean, if you want to put it down there.
To it because of honestly, no. I want to give that rank to Gotham by Gaslight, Kryptonian Age.
Okay.
But I'm gonna give it to both. So Gotham by Gaslight, Kryptonian Age is the predecessor to this. They are 2 minis that are actually one maxi series. That's really the problem.
Okay, let me see if I can find Kryptonian Age to put it on here as well, since we're just going to be covering both of them. Where's the other one?
Yeah.
Is it on here? Did I include it here? Where are you? I don't see it.
Weird. Yeah, I don't see it either. Looking. All right. Well, you look for that.
Yeah, while I look for the other one, you tell me about how bad both of these...
This can fit there for...
It'll serve as both of them.
Yeah, we'll talk about them both now, and then... Yeah. So, Gotham by Gaslight, the Kryptonian Age had a great potential. I was very excited for it. Because they were doing this thing with Krypton as a lost civilization. It was like Atlantis, right? There was this very cool, like, the Wonder Woman in it was great. Adam Strange goes to Antarctica looking for Krypton. Okay? There's all this cool stuff about, like, Krypton as this mystery that they're going for. And I was like, oh, that is so cool. That is, like, there's some great mystery. And then then you slowly realize that they're, like, introducing all of these other characters. And I'm like, damn it, they're doing a Justice League origin story.
I see.
And I'm like, come on. They're building the team. I'm like, oh, god damn it. I was so ready for this to be a Batman-Superman adventure or a Trinity adventure.
Mm-hmm.
But doing the whole Justice League just kind of messed it up.
And I'm not loving these designs for the Justice League. Like, we got Cyborg on the Justice League again. Not a big fan of that. Is that Flash as a living lightning bolt?
Yes, and it's Jay Garrick Flash.
Like, if we wanted
Alan got the Green Lantern, I'm like, okay.
Okay, so we're going for like a JSA Justice League.
Yeah. Yeah, like
If we're
it
going for
just
JSA Justice
yeah,
League, why
like
not give
it's
us
just
like
not.
the fun JSAers, like put on Black Canary on this roster and such?
And the other big thing, I will say, the reason why League for Justice is also getting the worst thing I read is because it is a direct sequel, because it happens literally following a like by like 20 seconds the Kryptonian Age. Like I'm just like it like and part of it, like with this whole mystery of it, I was like, oh, that'd be cool. I wonder what this Superman is going to be like. And then we reveal that he's already doing his job. He's already Supermaning in Smallville. He's the sheriff. And I'm like, you set up this whole mystery, and Superman exists still.
Yeah, this is an issue I have a lot with like these types of like, oh, this Earth is the Gotham by Gaslight Earth, and it's just like I feel like it's more interesting for these types of worlds to, instead of having like, oh, everything is the Gotham by Gaslight idea, is why don't you take multiple different Elseworlds that have a shared like idea and conception and smash them together and then have that work? Maybe instead of Batman Gotham by Gaslight, you do Superman Metropolis by Gaslight, and you tell an unrelated Superman story in this sort of steampunk style that has nothing to do with Gotham by Gaslight, and then you smash together for like a world's finest by Gaslight comic.
Yeah, it really it needed a smaller scope. Gotham by Gaslight works because it's Batman versus Jack the Ripper.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't work when you go, what if we made a Justice League? What if we did Zod in that? Because that's the other thing. The big villain of League for Justice is Zod. And he gets set up in this as, I'm like, God, no.
Which sucks because I'm already imagining a great Superman story you could have done with this. Do Disney's Atlantis with a young Clark Kent as Milo.
Yeah.
Have him be like, I'm a reporter. I've been going over a bunch of weird supernatural stuff because I'm weird and supernatural, and I want to find my people. And like, I know there's something out there that's me that I know nothing about. So I'm looking into all these strange cryptozoology stuff. And then all of a sudden, like, a General Sam Lane shows up and picks him up to put him on like this expedition, and have like the Atlantis crew be modeled after the League of Legion of Superheroes gang. And they go and they find like a sunken colony of Atlantis called Kandor down at like the bottom of the ocean, and they go down there, and then like the Kandor rises, and suddenly like the story ends with like a giant floating Kryptonian city in the sky.
Yeah, like there's so much you could have done with a more limited scope. Like, a more limited scope would have made this so much better.
Mm-hmm. But okay.
Like, if they had refined, yeah.
Zatanna Panic.
Next is Zatannic Panic.
Oh, Zatannic Panic.
Zatannic Panic was the DC Halloween anthology, and they were okay. I literally forgot every single story in here.
Okay, that's a pretty easy place to go. Forgot I even read it.
Yeah, forgot I even read it. Like, this was like, they were okay. There's nothing to write home about. There weren't any like. Last year's Halloween anthology was so much better.
This is really telling me because this is really saying something, because I know for a fact you would not shut up about last year's Halloween episode with the Doom Patrol story.
Yeah, no, I have that in a PowerPoint.
Yeah.
God, like, it was so freaking good.
And then this one is just
was amazing. And it was stunning.
Mm-hmm.
I absolutely love it. I use it in my lettering lesson. because there's this one page in that one that where all the words like circle the page and it ends on the wrong side of the page and it works.
Mm-hmm.
But this, there's just nothing like literally nothing right home about. Like it's like okay,
I get
that
you.
was fun. Riley Rossmo has a fun one with Plastic Man.
Oh, okay. I might want to pick it up just because
weird, and that's cool.
I love Rosmo's art, and seeing him do Plastic Man, I might want to pick this up just to see what Rosmo does with Plastic Man.
That was enjoyable. I enjoy it. Like, yeah, like there's definitely like things in there that are all right, but yeah, it was like I don't like yeah, like this. You know, using your metric of like a taco, like a burrito.
Yeah.
Right. The thing with the anthologies is the anthologies are like $10.
Oh God, that's
right?
a full meal.
And I don't. Yeah, and honestly, I honestly don't think it's worth the full meal.
Yeah, no, I definitely sounding like this, I would rather just buy like a gordita and a burrito from Taco Bell.
Yeah. I'm gonna pause real quick so I can use the restroom because the next one we're gonna talk about for a little while.
Yeah, no problem. I'm also gonna take a break. So we are all on a break, everybody. If anybody's listening, we will be back in say like 20 minutes. Omega, you back? I'm here.
All right. I have lunch.
Nice. I'm having some hot cocoa.
So. Oh, nice. I have discovered a fantastic recipe for one right now.
I've been making my own homemade hot cocoa for a decent. I've been making my own homemade hot cocoa for a decent period. It's really good. My girlfriend loves it.
So, what I started doing. What I did. So Thursday night, I made some for gaming clubs karaoke night the next day.
Mm-hmm.
I have a thermos that military grade thermos. I swear to God, kept it normal over 2 days. So the recipe I used. So I used a whole gallon of milk and 3 cups of Swiss Miss hot chocolate mix, and then I added 2 heaping tablespoons of instant coffee.
Okay, I would not drink that because I hate the taste of coffee.
It doesn't end up tasting like coffee.
Okay. Because I've added coffee liqueur to my stuff, and it just completely overpowered it.
So, chocolate is one of those flavors that you can put that will cover almost every other flavor, right? The coffee just gives it a slightly. It tastes like darker chocolate, is what it is.
I've tried it before. I've tried mixing coffee in with this. Yeah, I've tried mixing coffee in with my hot cocoa. It does. I can taste it. I can taste it very easily.
Yeah. The only reason I think this works is because it's such a big batch. You know.
Yeah.
Because it's enough for a cup of coffee in an entire gallon of hot cocoa.
For my thing is, my recipe is, a cup of half a cup of what is it? Okay, no, trying to remember my portions. It's a cup of cocoa mix, a cup of powdered sugar, a scoop of protein mix, peanut butter flavored protein mix, and then a cup of water. Put that in the saucepan. Cook it until it's until it's dissolved into the water, and then I add 2 to 3 cups of milk after that. So it's about a gallon's worth in the end total.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah. It's very good. It's very good. But yeah, we are on the one okay. Here's the question: is this gonna be a perfect Harley Quinn's Fartacular?
Oh no, it's not gonna be perfect.
But it taught you about poetry.
Huh?
But it taught you about poetry.
Yes. I know. I had to give this an A. But this one did get an A+ because it made me read something else that I regret reading. I had to. I had a rule. So I set up a rule, which honestly I do like. If something makes me interested enough in what it's talking about to make me read something else, right? Especially something more classic. I think that is a good thing, and I'm like, oh, that's very cool. And so I put that as an A+. And then this came up. Now, here's the thing. I do think that Joanne Starer gets way too much hate. And this is the source of most of that hate.
What did she do?
Well, I mean, she wrote the Harley Quinn fart book.
No, I mean, you said something came up, so I'm assuming something had changed your opinion on the book because of what she had done.
Oh, no. Nothing changed my opinion on the book. No.
Oh, okay.
This is like the source of the hate, really.
Mm.
Like, granted, she did write the first Fire and Ice Welcome to Smallville, right?
Yeah.
Which was okay. It was a decent book. I enjoyed it. but not for everyone, right? There's a lot of people who didn't like her already, but they didn't know the hate didn't really happen until the fart book.
I
right?
don't get it.
Everyone was like, "This is good."
I do not get it. This is so clearly a book made for children. Why are a bunch of adults getting so pissy about this?
Okay, so here's the thing. I will say, I don't actually think it's necessarily made for children.
It's not My Stinky Butt Farts, the book for kids?
No, not quite. Okay, so I will admit that what I said in the initial review does say it is not a fart fetish book.
Yeah.
It is, however, not a fart fetish book. So the premise is it actually thematically it works. All right, the premise is that Harley and Ivy have hit an important milestone in a relationship. The first time you fart around your partner.
Yeah.
Right? Like, no, I want to establish that is an important milestone in a relationship. Right? Where you're actually comfortable being around them and recognize and doing the gross stuff that our bodies do.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But Ivy feels self-conscious about it, and Harley is a clown. Harley loves farts because they're funny. Right. So Harley goes off to find evidence to help convince her that Ivy to not be ashamed of her farts. And she goes to the Museum of Farts, and there they have letters from James Joyce to his wife, where he describes how much he loves her farts.
Right.
And this is why I say it's not a fart fetish book.
I mean, okay.
Because it is, what I will say is this. It is not meant to be pornographic in its depiction of fart fetish. It's more farts are funny and fart fetishes are funny.
Right.
Is what I will say. Like, it's more about, that's why I'm like, it's not a fart fetish. It's not meant to be, oh, look at all the sexy farts. It's more really like, James Joyce thought farts were sexy. Like,
right.
It is meant to be a funny story, and it is, so it's more teen humor, right?
Yeah.
It is a weird thing, right? I think that, because as you say, farts are funny, right? And little kids love fart books, right?
Yeah.
So it feels like it's made for young children because that is the premise, right?
Mm-hmm.
But also, it's kind of aimed more adult because of the relationship element, and because if you are like me and you end up researching things, you will find out so many worse things.
So what I'm seeing here is that this isn't a 10 and up fart book. This is a 14, 15 and up fart book.
Yeah.
So what's the grade?
No. Do not. So what I'm going to say is this. So I'm going to say it's eh. Honestly, I don't think Joe and Sarah is for me. I'm just saying Joe and Sarah gets too much hate.
Yo, I 100% agree there.
Joe and Sarah was not the villain in this story.
Also, she's not the villain.
Joyce.
Yeah, she's not the villain for not making Bia and Tora a couple either. Like, they are never getting together because Sigrid is Bia's one true love, not Tora.
No, what I was getting at is,
no, I just know there's a lot of people.
The real villain is James Joyce.
I just know there's a lot of people who have been getting very angry.
James Joyce deserves the hate. I know. People are really... Yeah.
Yeah, people are getting
James
angry.
Joyce
Yeah.
deserves the hate that Joanne Stair is getting.
Yes.
Alright? The things that man wrote to his wife. Oh my god. You might enjoy reading those letters. I did not.
I am not a fart fetish person.
Oh my god. No, he's not either. He just it's no, he okay, so it's not that he actually has a fart fetish. Just oh my god, the details that he gives in that letter to his wife about their sex life. Oh my god.
Let's move on.
Also, I gotta say, like, the guy's most famous book, Ulysses, is so long and convoluted, it took an entire book club 30 years to read it.
Look, Ulysses is not a good...
a page a month.
Ulysses is not a good book. It's a book made for snobby, entitled book nerds to think they're smart and intelligent for reading Ulysses.
Yes. And then I would have them read
his sex letters.
James Joyce's letters to his wife.
As punishment.
Yeah. Where he says, you have an ass full of farts and I fucked them all out.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Well, at least we know they do it up the butt.
Yeah. He called her my dirty little fuckbird. Like...
Okay.
I'm like, hey guys, these are private letters. These were not meant to be made public. Please stop.
Yeah. Let's talk about DC versus Vampires World War V.
Oh, God. They should have let Tinian write this.
I mean, at the very least, it would be gay if he wrote it.
Well, no, because Tinian wrote the original.
No, I get that.
And I don't think Matthew Rosenberg did a great job with this.
I've never been a fan of the DC Vampires stuff in general. I don't like how weirdly straight it is. Like, despite the fact that they've drawn Hal at his most Bishonen-y sexy way he could be drawn as a sexy vampire, there is no Hal Ollie sexy vampire thrall stuff, even though Ollie seems like the perfect person to be fighting in a vampire novel, the guy who shoots wooden sticks at people.
Oh no, he's out there in both universes, yeah. But no, it is.
I know he's there in the stories, but like in my opinion, it should be a vampire Hal versus Oliver Queen. Just that's the story of sexy vampire Hal trying to seduce Oliver Queen. That should be what the comic is.
That's fair. No. So this is once again very convoluted, but also not great. I got it thinking it was a mini. I thought it was going to be 6 issues. It was 12 with a separate one shot in the middle of it that isn't. I'm like, so really 13?
Wow.
You know, and so and honestly, my biggest problem with it is that it literally ends with them with them doing the thing that they tried to do at the beginning of the first book, where they actually removed all the clouds from the sky to let the sun shine again and kill all the vampires. This ends DC versus Vampires as a universe.
Okay.
Like, that is my biggest problem, is that it ends the universe.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, there was nowhere for them to go after bringing in Darkseid and the New Gods. But...
Well, actually, what I would do is I would flip it and make it Vampires versus DC, and now the story is from the vampire's point of view.
Well, because at this point, right? So this is after the vampire takeover, after the vampires own the world.
Yeah.
Right. There's been this sort of stalemate ever since Barbara took over. Right. Ever since Barbara killed Nightwing and took over, there's been a stalemate, and then enters into this whole thing about the Miracle Child, Mr. Miracle, who was human at the time, and Barda, who was a vampire, had a baby. And there's a prophecy about this thing, apparently. And they go, and there's all this searching for it, and there's this huge war, and then there's this third faction that's mostly robot people that doesn't really get, like, an explanation, right? Like, Cyborg and a whole bunch of other, like, more or less humanoid people had actually formed their own completely separate civilization away from all of the vampires and all of the humans.
Okay, like, that's what the next book should be about. DC versus vampires versus robots.
Something, right? But it doesn't. Like, and that, like, all three factions end up fighting, and then the New Gods show up, and it turns out that even the good New Gods are actually evil. They're like, no, we cannot risk these planets getting out, these vampires getting out into space. So we're just going to kill all of them with Darkseid. It's very complicated, very convoluted.
So what is the grade?
I'm going to give it the worst thing I read. I enjoyed DC versus Vampires, the first.
Mm-hmm.
This not so great. This was like, I enjoyed the first. This is a downgrade from there, really. So I'm similar to how I feel about Justice League versus Godzilla versus Kong 2.
Mm-hmm.
Same deal.
Yeah. All right. We next have the Flash.
Absolute Flash.
Oh yeah, Absolute Flash. This is our first Absolute story we're reviewing.
Yeah. So Absolute Flash. Absolute Flash has been really interesting.
So I know next to nothing about any of the Absolute stuff. So you're going to need to, like, explain what is the premise of any of these stories.
Let me give you the Absolute universe. All right. So let's talk about the Absolute universe in general. So in the main universe, Darkseid died recently. And in dying, all of his energy went to this blank Elseworld that they had discovered. They found this Elseworld that had nothing yet, right? It was just forming. They're like, what is this thing going to be? What is it going to do? And they were watching it. And now, it is the Absolute universe. And Darkseid's energy is permeating this thing. The moral, like, there is a morality to the universe that can be found in electron microscopes. You can find it. And the morality of this universe is evil.
Okay.
And I do not mean that in, like, our Superman is evil. No. I mean that all of that...
To be fair, this is an idea I had for what Earth 3 should be.
It really kind of, honestly, my problem with Earth 3 is we never see a good story. Is that all of our stories focus on our evil superheroes, and, like, I want to see, like, a story of good Joker being, like, you know?
Mm-hmm.
No. So what I mean is that this is partially given all of the villains have complete moral certitude to them. So this happens. So in Absolute Evil, they reveal Joker goes on a rant about how they know how it is a room with Veronica Cale, Joker, Ra's al Ghul, and Hector Hammond. And just a whole bunch of other, and a couple of other villains are talking. and they've discovered that the world has a morality, and it matches them, and they formed the Justice League.
Okay.
Right, but they of course are evil. So all of the villains have institutional power and a belief that what they are doing is good. So anyway,
Yeah. What's up with the Flash?
The Flash. So the Flash is Wally West. He's living in Fort Fox with his dad, and he likes hanging out with the school scientist who works there, Barry Allen. And this experiment goes wrong and kills Barry Allen and gives him super speed. And he's like, I gotta run. I cannot be around my dad. My dad is fucking nuts. Right? His dad is terrible. Alright? I cannot wait for his dad to be a manhunter. Like, I feel like they're gonna pull off. I feel like they're gonna do that. Right? But what's very cool here is the rogues are all military.
Okay.
They are a special forces unit. So Captain Cold and Captain Boomerang are actually army captains.
Okay.
Right? They also all committed war crimes.
Okay.
Which is why they were recruited to the Fort Fox mission for whatever it is. They're like, hey, you want to do some stuff again, but this time without any oversight? They're honestly, but they're super cool in like their designs. The designs here are fantastic. At one point, Wally, who is basically homeless and living with, but for the record, the monkey on his shoulder is Grodd.
Aww.
Grodd here is cute and good.
Why is it Grodd and not Soliver?
Friend.
Why is it Grodd and not Soliver? I thought the villains were supposed to be in the right in this universe.
I don't know. Well, like I said, they're not in the right. They just have they just have institutional power and a belief that they are in the right. Right. The arc of the universe in this world is long and it bends toward Darkseid. Yeah, actually, that's really the way I would describe it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the Martin Luther King quote, the arc of the universe is long, but it bends towards justice. In this, it bends toward Darkseid, and everyone thinks that's justice.
Gotcha.
Mostly right now, Absolute Flash is running away from a lot of his problems. At one point, he ends up at a homeless teen shelter run by Ralph Dibny.
Okay.
And who is not yet elongated man, but I'm like, it could be. And he meets a homeless teen, Linda Park, which is very cute. I'm enjoying this. I'm gonna call it decent. The art is fantastic. The story is okay.
I get you.
Like,
That seems to be the issue I've seen with a lot of...
I resonate with the story. There's not a plot. It's very character focused.
That's an issue I've had with a lot of the Absolute stuff. Whenever I take a peek at them, they're all like amazing art, amazing designs. The themes, the concepts are great. What's the story? Give it 10 more issues. They'll tell you something.
Yeah. So yeah, decent. It's fun. I'm enjoying it, but it's got its, you know. All right, next one is Robin and Batman Jason Todd. It looks like.
Yeah, I think so.
And that is Jeff Lemire, who is a writer artist, and Dustin Nguyen, who is an amazing. No. Jeff Lemire is a writer. Dustin Nguyen is the artist. The art is amazing. It's watercolor. Comics look so good in watercolor.
Oh, I agree. Yeah. There's a reason all of Jack Kirby's
watercolor comics
There's a reason all of Jack Kirby's like independently done art is all amazing because he does it all in watercolor and it looks so good.
Yeah. So this was a feast for the eyes. And it is the second in Jeff Lemire's stories focusing on the relationship of Robin to Batman from Robin's perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And this one got a lot of hate because it does make Jason the angry Robin, right?
Yeah.
Jason actually teams up at one point, almost teams up with a guy called the Wraith, who is basically the Punisher.
Why didn't they bring in the Nocturna's brother for that? I feel like that would have been a much better character to use for that situation.
But it is trying to rationalize a couple of things. Jason's eventual turn as sort of inevitable, which I don't think is necessarily the best way to approach that.
Mm-hmm.
But that is kind of the way DC has gone. I don't necessarily think this is Jeff's fault. And I do think, though, that one of the things that they show early on that I think is important, actually, is Jason trying to going after someone with full violent intention, and then stopping because he does recognize that the guy is kind of pathetic, and then the guy gets killed by the Wraith.
Gotcha.
Right. Like, so there are homages to like that scene where Jason goes after Two-Face and then realizes Two-Face is mentally ill and he is not in control of his actions, and he does spare him.
Mm-hmm.
So there's elements of that. I wanted this to be perfect. It is just decent. Like, the art is great, though. Like, the art, once again, and you're always going to be elevated by that. But the watercolor. Oh god, that gorgeous watercolor.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So what is the grade for this?
Decent.
Okay.
High decent.
We are definitely filling up our decents. 1, 2, 3, 4,
I know.
5,
really
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'd say at this point we're pretty high on the decents.
Yeah, I know. I gotta find. Yeah, we'll get that. There will be some things that I don't like. I can see a couple of them showing up.
Yeah. Next is City Beneath Her Feet.
This is Tinian writing this is a 3-parter from Distillery. 2 parts are out. There was another year gap in this one.
I see.
I actually got City Beneath Her Feet. It got re-released in a special edition, like with when they're like, "Hey, it's going to be out again in a bit." And I'm like, "Oh, perfect! I'm going to pick this up now, and then it'll be in 2 months. I'll have the second." This writer meets this woman who I describe as a manic pixie dream assassin.
Okay.
But yes, it is lesbian. It is angst. They have this sort of relationship. Once again, actually, a very manic pixie dream kind of dream girl kind of situation. The writer girl finds that like this woman makes her life so much more exciting, but she's always like flighty and disappearing and coming in and out of her life, and it's not great like that. And the assassin's like, "Oh, this is fun," but then the assassin dies and leaves everything she owns to the writer girl, and puts a huge tiger down her back. And it turns out that part of the reason that the assassin died is because her boss thinks that the writer knows too much about what's going on. Because the writer wrote a best-selling novel about about this girl that she's been seeing. And he's like, this is you. So you gotta kill your girlfriend. And yeah, she doesn't.
So what's
but I'm shaping this one's shaping up to be perfect.
Okay. Is this a great
we'll
potential?
With the end. Let's call it great potential.
Well, I'm just curious. Yeah. Is this great potential, or do you want to like say ahead? All right, just even before the run is ended, we're just going to call it perfect.
I feel weird calling a 3-issue. This is so weird to call something with 2 issues that's 2/3 done. Great potential is weird, and also to call something that's 2/3 done perfect is weird.
That's fair.
Yeah. It's so weird. But I think great potential, I think, is probably the better place to be.
Okay. I'll put it at the top of great potential. Next we have another Superman book. Which one is this one?
Is this the free comic book day?
Superman, yes, free comic book day.
Honestly, let's put this. I forgot I even read it.
Okay.
And not even on a bad way for this. This is like literally. It was just a like. I mean, it's just it is the opening for Superman Unlimited, and some Summer of Superman stuff. Like it's just like half of everything.
I see. This got listed as its own separate thing. The next one, Summer of Superman Special.
Yeah. This actually is before all of the other. This one does have its own unique story in there.
Okay.
Okay. So it is very good. The art is amazing. I kind of at the same time want to put it in worst thing I read, if only because of the confirmation that Superman is 36.
Oh right.
This has, and for the record, it has nothing to do with how does he have an 18-year-old son? How does he? Granted, 3 years of that, right? So really, how does he have a 15-year-old son? How does he, like all of his timeline fits into 36 years? It has everything to do with the fact that I am 35.
No, in my opinion, the Batman and Superman should both be pushing 50 at this point in their careers. They should be in their late 40s, in my opinion.
I mean, no, realistic timeline, that's where they should be, really. And like, but I feel weird being only 1 year younger than Superman. I'm also older than than David Cornsweet, who plays Superman.
Oh.
The actor in the Superman movie.
Yeah.
I'm older than him and Lois Lane.
I am noticing.
And so.
I was noticing some odd.
Crisis on Mark Waid.
I'm gonna share the art. I'm gonna share the art for this cover to you in the Discord. Yeah, there it is. Because I noticed some choice details in the art actually, with this cover. See if you can notice something off about his trunks.
Let's see. Where'd you send it to?
I put it in the chat, the stream room chat.
Okay, let's see. Stream room.
They gave him a very noticeable bulge.
Yeah, that's a bulge. Notice his bulges. Ooh, what's it? Like, there's some fun stuff in here, I will admit. So one of them is, I like to joke. So So in the opening to it, he's reminiscing about 20 years ago when he was 16. That's how I know he's 36. Um, and he was sitting on the front porch with Lana Lang, and he was about to tell her that he is Superboy and that he is in love with her. And then Solidus shows up, and he gets in a fight, and gets thrown into the space-time continuum, and he sees himself with someone else. He sees himself with Lois Lane in the future, and he realizes, I'm not going to end up with Lana Lang. And now he can't tell Lana that who he is, because they're not going to end up together. They're not destined that way. And I'm like, one, it is totally okay to not end up with your high school sweetheart. Two, I'm fairly certain that this is why Superman has that one cover where he is beating the snot out of Booster Gold, because Booster Gold sent Validus back in time to say, in order to, like, as a cry for help. And so I think that the reason that Superman beat the crap out of Booster is because he knows subconsciously that Booster is the reason he fumbled Lana Lang.
I'm just thinking, Clark, maybe the reason you break up, that Lana isn't the one you end up with in the end, because you don't tell her your secret identity.
True. But yeah, then he ends up at Lana's wedding to John Henry Irons.
Also, I'm noticing Superman's giant shoulder muscles, and now all I'm thinking about is that one episode of Fairly Odd Parents with Jorgen von Strangle going, muscles too big, can't reach face. His shoulders are too big. He can't bend his arms enough to reach his face. If somebody if a small little imp were to just jump on his face, he wouldn't be able to take him off because his muscles are too big.
I just want to hug this man and bury my face in his chest, and that is difficult to do when I realize that he is not in his 50s. He is 1 year older than me.
Hey, it just means he's old enough to date you.
That's true. True. I used to be young enough to date Nightwing. Now I have to date Superman.
Okay. So what is the grade for this?
I still want to give it Worst Thing I've Read for making me feel old.
We can do that. It's your review.
Listen. If Mark Waid objects to this, then he can undo my upcoming midlife crisis somehow. Okay.
Next up.
Retcon my midlife crisis, Mark Waid.
That's the new Crisis of Infinite Earths retcon.
Midlife Crisis of Infinite Earths.
Yeah, Midlife Crisis of Infinite Earths.
Oh no, but goddamn it, I would love that. That would be a great anthology.
That would be a fantastic parody of DC's obsession with crises-level events retconning all of reality. Some superhero who's in there realizes they're hitting 40, realizes, oh god, I'm old, so they try to retcon reality to everything.
No, seriously, give me an April Fool's anthology. Just all comedy about feeling old. And Midlife Crisis on Infinite Earths.
But okay, the next one. Peacemaker presents...
PC, hire me.
Peacemaker presents The Vigilante Eagly double feature. That is a mouthful of a name.
Yeah.
Why is there a the?
Huh. Yeah, really.
Also, I'm pretty sure he just got castrated by that axe.
Oh, yeah. So, I don't know if I finished this one. We're gonna put this in Forgot I Even Read It.
Okay.
It was fun. It was, I don't remember if I finished it. I was reading it physically, and then I and then for some reason, I guess I guess I got to the store late multiple times, and they just never actually they just didn't have enough stock of it. And so I ended up not getting the last couple of issues, and then I think I read it online, but I'm not sure.
Okay, that's fair.
So forgot I even read it. This one was the art was cool on this. Um, the story was funny. It's very in line with the humor from the show. Um,
But okay. What about
I will say the Eagly half of it, so it's a double feature.
Yep.
The vigilante portion is fantastic.
Okay.
There's each issue also has a how to be a superhero section which is written in a notebook by Freddie Stroma, the guy who plays Vigilante in the TV show,
the actor himself,
and it's it's funny as written as Vigilante.
Yeah.
The big problem I had actually with the second half of it, the Eagly story, is that Peacemaker's in it. It's supposed to be an Eagly story, but Peacemaker's in it.
I getcha. Next, the next comic we should have is Eagly versus Crypto.
You failed.
Yes. But okay, next up, Milestone Universe, The Shadow Cabinet. So, the original Shadow Cabinet, I've not read that one, but I have read the event from Milestone Comics that sets up the Shadow Cabinet. That is a really bad event. So, I'm sure I have, this is probably going to not be that bad comparison. So, what was this version of the Shadow Cabinet like?
Entirely forgettable.
Okay.
Yeah, I forgot most of it, actually.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I could not tell you the plot. I wish I do know I wish there was more Iron Butterfly in it.
Okay.
Because and that's mostly because Iron Butterfly is Palestinian, and I think it would have been really cool if while Marvel was trying to rehab an Israeli flag hero, if DC was just like, here's our Palestinian hero we just want to point out about.
That would be really fun, actually, to give an Iron Butterfly comic, and be like, yeah, we gave a Palestinian superhero their own book.
Mm-hmm.
Not even Milestone gave Iron Butterfly a book.
Yep.
But okay, Summer of Superman, the actual Superman comic.
All right. So this has been. All right. So the big one here it's been a lot of setup for DCKO.
Mm-hmm.
There was a big thing with Superwoman running around, where Lois Lane got Superman's powers, and I think that was in the wake of Absolute Power. Got Superman powers for a bit.
Hey, welcome back, Faye.
Eventually they did run out. Huh?
I was saying welcome back to Faye.
Yeah.
We have somebody in chat again.
There's the coolest thing that they did was reveal that Time Trapper is actually Doomsday.
Okay.
That Time Trapper is Doomsday, plus dying a lot more times. So now he's smart.
That's weird. I forget who they said it in the 80s was, but I definitely remember preferring the 80s explanation for who the Time Trapper. Oh yeah, no, I believe I can't remember now. They did this in the 80s on explaining who the Time Trapper was, and I can't remember now who it was. It might have been Universo's son, who was Green Lantern, but that might have been a different plot twist.
At least part of that story, though, involved Time Trapper actually trying to make a deal with Superman to kill him again.
To kill Time
He said,
Traveler?
"Hey, Superman, I need." Huh?
To kill Time Traveler
Yeah.
or to kill Superman?
To kill Time Traveler.
Okay.
Time Traveler, because he's Doomsday, wanted to die again. Because with that last death, he would become incredibly powerful and be able to avert something bad happening, which we now have realized is DCKO.
Okay.
So, and it's weird. Say, like, I enjoy Time Trapper's new design. It's been fine. I would put this in eh.
Okay.
Like, I can tell you what's going on. There's been good moments, but it's not as good as the earlier Dawn of DC stuff.
Gotcha. I'll put it at the top of eh.
Yeah.
Okay. Next one we have. Oh, I know, it's that indie book that you read.
Yeah.
Smash or Pass.
Alien and Bash.
Smash or Pass should be the name of a book.
Word. I can see it. I'm imagining a romance tournament arc.
Just yeah, what you got like one was like a Hulk Superman-esque like smash, and then you've got like I guess Pass. What would Pass even see? Like are they a speedster because they pass everyone? Yeah, it's a love triangle book, Smash or Pass, between a woman who
for some reason.
It would be a love triangle story called Smash or Pass about a woman who's caught between a super strong superhero named Smash and his nemesis Pass, who's a speedster.
Interesting.
And then it ends into a polyfill.
For some reason, I actually had I forgot that Smash or Pass was have sex with them or not, and I instead went to okay, what about a tournament or a battle manga or a tournament or battle manga type thing where you have a choice: do you date this person or do you fight this person? Maybe that's more fuck, marry, kill, but you know.
That's fuck, marry, kill. That should be the sequel. You first have Smash or Pass as the first storyline, which is about a love triangle romance between a superhero, his villain, and the love interest between the two of them. And then you get Smash or Pass, fuck, marry, kill, which is a tournament arc. But anyway, what is Helion and Bash?
Hellion and Bash is going in great potential.
Okay.
Hellion and Bash is what I'm going to call super indie comic. Alright? Well, you've got indie comics like Image and IDW and basically just not main two, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you have indie comics where, like, they put out, where they're not a company, they are a writer and art team who puts out a comic every 6 months to a year.
I see.
And they have to kickstart every single one of them.
Mm-hmm. I get you.
Right? This is a T.S. Luther who I met on TikTok. I've reviewed a couple of his books. They're very fun. Hellion and Bash is Hellion is the sidekick to Gargoyle, a Batman ripoff of his universe.
Yep.
And Gargoyle is an abusive piece of shit. It's very Invincible feeling.
Okay.
Right? Like, I feel like if people who like Invincible will like Hellion and Bash. Basically, Bash is the world's greatest thief, and is going to eventually end up teaming up with Hellion. In some respect, the plot hasn't yet gotten rolling enough to put them together, but it's a lot of fun. I do think, like I said, it feels like it feels very much like Invincible in that it's going with what if X character, what if this iconic super hit extra, in that, like, Hellion is basically Robin.
Yep.
You know? So I'm like, okay, that's kind of cool. Like that element. We're focusing on the sidekick.
Yeah. Okay, next one.
Yeah. So great potential, but it could be forever.
DC's California Love.
California Love.
I'm having
which I keep on reading as Californication, which is an entirely different book.
That's what I keep thinking. Also, when I read that, I'm just like, is Superman gonna fuck California?
So this was a summer anthology. Of course, all sorts of really fun, like, beach episode stuff. God, the anthologies are hard. The anthologies are hard to grade because they are so varied, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think, like, let me pull it up. I got it here. So I'm gonna cheat, and I'm gonna just take a trip through just to see if anything really, like, stuck out. Oh, there was the super cute. Oh, was that Judy Ba? California Knows at a Party. Ooh, Bizarro's story is cute. Oh, okay, yeah, no, there is at least one that was amazing.
Okay.
In this that I really did. Okay. So yeah, this is going up to decent just for one.
It sounds almost like this might actually be a perfect run.
It's hard because I'm trying to get. You know what? Let's move it up to perfect. I have very few in perfect anyway.
And I'm just also you haven't said anything that
this one has.
You haven't had any, like, reaction to thinking about any of the stuff that happened that sounded like anything other than, I liked it, I like that, I like that.
So this was Jimmy Olsen. This one had one of my favorite shorts. Jimmy Olsen in The Gorilla Ex-Wife of Jimmy Olsen.
Okay.
So Clark and Jimmy get invited to a very fancy party. And it turns out that Jimmy's gorilla ex-wife from one of his Silver Age moments is there, and she's got a new boyfriend.
Okay.
Gorilla Grodd.
Okay.
And Gorilla Grodd is not happy about this. And so there is a level of I believe, like, hilarity ensues in this, as, like, Jimmy is like, I was not a very good husband or ex-husband. Oh right, Grodd challenges Jimmy to. Oh no, Jimmy challenges Grodd. I invoke jungle law to challenge you to a series of gorilla games. In exchange for an exclusive interview. Oh, And I remember here, this is my favorite panel. Jimmy Olsen, brave of you to face me, to show your face here. Brave and stupid. Grodd, what are you doing here? I am Bruna's mate and manager. Surely that's a conflict of interest. I'll have you know, Grodd is a capable manager and an extremely generous lover. So, yeah, just for that, that is moving it up to perfect. Just, Grodd. Heroes don't do that, but Gorilla Grodd does.
Okay, next we have Catwoman, who is Selina Kyle.
Mm.
Is this just a one shot or something? I'm not seeing issue numbers, or is this like I'm not seeing an issue number at all on this.
I'm fairly certain that was just a subtitle on one issue. Oh wait. No, I'm pretty sure that was the. Yep, there we go. Yeah, pretty sure that was just one of the issues. This run has been. I think the problem with this tier list is we have very little in the room in the realm between, because we've gotten actually very specific with the titles on these things. You know, it feels like I'm like, there's not quite room between and worst thing ever. You know? Or I'm like,
You want me to just change this to bad?
It's fine, no worries.
No, A is staying A, but I'm just changing worst thing I read to just bad.
Yeah.
It no longer has the title of worst thing I've read.
Yeah. Because this Catwoman,
actually, no, I got a better option.
Looking at
do not recommend.
Yeah, sure.
That there's no longer like a I hate this thing. I do not recommend this book to anybody.
Yeah, that's fair. Because like they're just. I'm trying to I'm trying to look at where this year's starts for Catwoman. All right, let's see. Because the current arc I'm enjoying. Oh, hey, there we go. Not half red. I see. That was the cover of the trade.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
So yeah, so
funnily enough, that cover is issue 69.
I love this cover because a big gripe I have with how a lot of people draw Selina Kyle is they draw it like her jacket and her outfit are the same piece of outfit, which makes it really confusing. But no, she's just wearing a jacket with no torso on top of a catsuit. Which I actually like a lot. You just need to make it abundantly clear that's what's going on. Because otherwise, if you just draw it as one piece, it looks really stupid.
Okay, so I know which arc this started with. So the Who is Selina Kyle arc was really good. Well, was pretty good. It's just it's long.
Mm-hmm.
So it is better than Tini Howard's run. Tini Howard's run I have not liked.
Catwoman's runs are always very hit or miss. Like, I loved Ram's run. Ram's Catwoman stuff was really good.
So this run it's a little bit more of a thinker. This honestly feels a little more like Round V in a sense, in that it's a little bit more convoluted, and I feel dumb for not understanding it. Not that it doesn't feel bad. It feels like this is somehow a little too highbrow for me. I think because it's very deep and very wide open.
To be fair, I didn't think I didn't think Ram's Catwoman was all that complicated. complicated. It was a very run-of-the-mill Catwoman.
I don't know how these run. Catwoman. I don't think I've read that one.
That's the Fear State. Right?
Is that the one with the preacher?
Yeah, that's the one that introduces the best Azrael villain ever, who has never fought Azrael. Until he finally did fight him in the he did fight him eventually in the Azrael mini, Sword of Azrael, which is really good. I really recommend Sword of Azrael if you haven't read it.
So this is a very convoluted thing where that kind of goes between two storylines. One is the present, where there are assassins after Catwoman from an organization that she used to work with, that she robbed years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And so part of it is talking about her story with them, and then it's a little hard to piece those, to parse those characters and to try and figure out who they are. They're just not quite established well enough.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to put this in Do Not Recommend. It's better than 20 Hours Run. Like, it's still a miss for me.
No, I get you. There's been a lot of those with, oh god, do you remember the zombie outbreak plot?
No.
That was the run that happened right before Ram's run. And it is, like, the art is atrocious, and the plot is like this. It starts off as, oh, Catwoman's come to town, but there's this this corrupt woman who is a politician thing, and who's like, runs the entire area, and she doesn't like Catwoman, so she's ended up in some sort of turf war with this politician lady. And then it ends with Gentleman Ghost showing up as like a weird throwback to his Suicide Squad Black Files story, where he helps her stop a zombie outbreak that the politician lady accidentally unleashes on her small town. It's not like a supernatural zombie outbreak. It's like a Resident Evil it's weird. It's a really bad story. But then Ram took over and kept, like, the one good character from it, which was her cop love interest from that run, and he moves to Gotham City, and then she's now dealing with being involved in the Fear State stuff.
Okay.
And then after the Fear State stuff, we had the stuff that led to the Catwoman versus Batman war storyline. God, yeah, there's so many bad Catwoman runs. It's insane that she's managed to keep, like, such a long, ongoing career.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know what keeps her relevant. But anyway, alright, here's Flash proper. I believe
this is Spurrier's run. And Spurrier is a writer who can do no wrong. Now, I love Cy Spurrier. His Hellblazer is amazing. And this run, and the Flash run is great. It's weird and trippy, but I will say the most recent arcs that he's done this year in particular have been a lot less trippy. They've been very interesting and very grounded. Well, not grounded, but it started with this year started off with the
Oh wait a minute, no, this isn't. Sorry,
Atari.
This isn't Flash. Sorry, I guess we will just skip to Flash for a second. What is that run? That's not. Oh no, wait. Okay, so this is the Flash Part 1 Bad Moon Rising, which is not the same thing as Flash Bad Moon. Oh, okay, sorry. We are talking about Flash. I just also had a special included as a separate book.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry, keep going.
Just over both.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. So Flash, so Bad Moon Rising, it starts out with this Skartaris arc.
Okay.
Which is a little weird. So Flash takes a vacation with his family to Skartaris.
I'm very confused because Skartaris is a Marvel location.
Is it?
Oh, no, sorry. I'm thinking of the Savage Land. Skartaris is Warlord's place.
Yes. Yeah. So he goes to Skartaris with his family for a vacation. Meanwhile, he has secretly doubled himself so that he can still go superheroing and spend time with his family.
Okay.
While he's doing that, which his daughter feels like is kind of neglecting them, but
yeah.
you know,
because it is.
He goes, because it is, yeah. Anyway, they go through through this arc, through this very fun arc where, it turns out that Warlord has been replaced by Eclipso, who's been having a pretty good time running Skartaris. But things get a little weird. It's run on emotions, and he's having some weird emotional problems. But the family has this dog now, who happens to actually be a baby Universe. And then Eclipso eats the dog, and gains unlimited power. And he plans to move the moon, use this power to move the moon into the path of the Earth to basically cause a forever eclipse. Alright? And so this causes the Bad Moon Rising arc. The Bad Moon Rising arc is a trench warfare arc. So Flash uses the splitting trick to split himself into hundreds of other Flashes and fight a war on the moon that in real life lasted for 2 days, I think. But for him, every minute was a year.
So how old is Barry at this point?
Oh no, this is Wally.
How old is Wally? How old is Wally at this point?
Not aging. Not aging. He's figured that one out somehow.
Okay.
But doing a hyperspeed war. Yeah. Apparently they don't like. He's experiencing every minute as a year, but his body isn't.
Okay.
But it gets into some really interesting things because the one who is like the version of him who is leading this war has become very kind of callous with the lives of his other selves. One of their go-to tricks is basically touching each other and exploding.
Oh, causing paradoxes.
Yeah, causing paradoxes to explode and take out whole fleets of enemies.
When Barry causes a paradox, he destroys the entire universe and causes a massive continuity retcon. When Wally does it, he causes trench warfare.
Yeah. So basically, the one who is prosecuting this war has kind of lost touch with like what it means to be a hero. It is very hard to be a hero and run a war. That's kind of what it feels like, you know?
Yeah.
Like there's still some cost, even if he is just fighting villains, just fighting shadow creatures made by Eclipso. There's a cost to be had in just letting all of these versions of him go through the ringer, get absolutely torn apart. And one of them ends up surviving when he was supposed to die, and that is not good. But he saw something, and he needs to get this information back. It's a very convoluted story, but it's very cool.
Okay.
And like it's dealing with like this element of who is the real you, which is the real Wally, and this constant question thing that has been a through line in the Flash stories, which is both can be true.
Mm-hmm.
He can be this one version of him that actually seems to care, and this version of him that does not care, and basically uses visits from his family as a battery to keep morale with the clones of himself that he is making.
Okay.
Like, it's weird. But
so what would you rank
I'm gonna
this?
add didn't hate it.
Okay.
It's so weird. But it's so good. I'm gonna add didn't hate it. It's very interesting. I will I could defend this, but it's so it's doing some weird and interesting ideas that I do think, like, it's throwing spaghetti at the wall with a lot of, it's experimental is the comic, really. It's a very rather experimental comic that I think takes some bold risks. I don't think all of them paid off, but I think some of them did. In very interesting ways. I know it's not going to be popular with some people.
It definitely sounds a little off.
Yeah, it's definitely off in certain ways, but I think it is doing some cool stuff.
That's fair. Okay.
So, so I didn't hate it. Like, I think it's got, like, I think more because it's just going in a ton of different, there's a ton I think is perfect, and a ton I think I actually hate.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the idea of him only using his family as a way to recharge his battery and then continuing this endless war. Like, that feels a little... It doesn't feel like WALL-E. It feels more Barry than WALL-E.
It doesn't. It feels very... The cost of doing a war is your soul. You know? It feels like war makes good men into bad men.
Yeah.
You know? So, like, while I don't think WALL-E would have done this, I do think it is intent, like, the fact that it takes over so much time that it gets to this point is, like, weird. You know?
Mm-hmm.
I think it works in the moment. Like I said, I think it's so experimental, and I don't think all of it pays off. But I have I can love and hate this. Both can be true, as the story said multiple times. So I'm gonna go with and hate it.
All right. Next up is Nightwing, Public Enemy #1.
Yeah. This is Dan Waters.
Yeah.
Writing like it's the 90s. In Vertigo. And it is, such a breath of fresh air. Actually, no, it's not a breath of fresh air. It is a breath of dank, smoky, polluted, grimy city air.
Okay.
So this is coming fresh off of Tom Taylor's highly sanitized run that I know many people loved, but I just didn't. It was too bright and happy. And it is immediately dealing with political things. The militarization of the police. This private equity company has this huge, has all these really incredibly cool robot monster things that it just starts giving to the police. That it starts selling to Bloodhaven City, and this is making some very serious problems for Dick's relationship with his sister, who is the mayor, and with Maggie Sawyer, who is the police commissioner. Because they're like, well, we can't just constantly rely on our superhero. We need some, we need something else. We need more. We need to help our police do more. And it's very much like there's a great 2-issue arc which involves I gotta find his name. This police legend. This who who goes after cops who rat on other cops. The So this. Can I get? No, give me a second. Captain Hollow.
Oh, that's a good name.
Yeah, Captain Hollow. He wears this plague doctor mask over everything, a gas mask underneath, a police hat on, this weird wide-brimmed old school police hat on, and a leather duster. And he exists to hunt down cops who turn in other cops. He is a way of enforcing secrecy. He is a way of enforcing the blue line of secrets. The blue wall of silence. That's the word. And like he's real, and it's and the thing that makes Captain Hollow such a great villain is that he's not a person. He's a costume.
Okay.
By which I mean any cop can be Captain Hollow.
Take down one of them, another cop puts on the uniform.
Yeah. And that was so good. That it is just some random no-name cop who did this because he didn't like that Maggie Sawyer wanted more accountability. Captain Hollow is such a cool design idea that it is, and it is. He is known as an urban myth. He was the first cop to die in the line of duty and returns to strike down those who betray the law in Bloodhaven. And he's just a myth that it's literally just other cops taking out people who rat on other cops.
So, perfect?
Perfect. And then there's this whole big myth arc that's going on that's right now that's so cool. But that for me, that one little part in the middle, just
all right,
absolutely perfect.
Next one is Next one is the Phantom, and I think I already know where you're gonna put this one in, which is do not recommend.
Yeah, no, and honestly, so my biggest problem with this is it is not a change at all to who the Phantom is.
Mm-hmm.
So it's this big relaunch from Mad Cave of the Phantom, and the Phantom is a legacy character. In the 17th century, a British captain was shipwrecked. There was a mutiny. The shipwrecked English captain was dropped in Africa, and since then he has been the Phantom. He has been protecting people, saving people, doing superhero work, whatever. Motivations are a little hazy, but the Phantom role passes from father to son.
Okay.
And it's still a white guy. He lives in Africa, has for 300 fucking years, and he's still white.
I know it gets me every time you tell me this.
I'm just like, it passes from father to son. In 300 years, has he not had a single... has his family just only dated white people? His family is just intent on being colonizers. God, I'm just like, it's so easy.
Yeah.
You could get rid of so many problems with this character if you just had his mom be black.
you know, it would be really interesting. A story about somebody who who was like adopted by the Phantoms, and so he's not by blood, but he still like was raised as the Phantom. That could be another interesting story.
Yeah, the Phantom being a legacy character is the most interesting thing about him, in my humble opinion. Also, the fact that actual tribes in Africa have adopted the Phantom as a symbol of strength is pretty cool. I think it's cool. I just think at some point the character in the comic should be a black man.
Yeah. But okay, let's move on to something better. Batgirl.
It's very like that. Batgirl. Oh my God, Tate Brumpel's Batgirl. This one has made me break my rules. So I only typically buy 12 issues of any ongoing that I read.
Yeah.
I'm now on the hook till at least 16.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, Faye,
So
but was the kid they
would
adopted
never-
black, or was he just another random white kid that he found in the African savannah?
Yeah. For in some version to have, I think they have done the adoption angle before in some version to have the Phantom be black.
Oh, okay. That was him
understand that.
behind the little
just-
icon. Sorry, I didn't see that last bit.
No worries. I'm reading the comments. I'm literally just thinking though. I'm like, they don't even need to do adoption.
Yeah.
He could just fall in love. The previous Phantom could have just fallen in love with a black woman.
Yeah.
You know.
But anyway, okay, so tell me about the majesty that is Batgirl.
Yeah. Okay, so this story is all about Batgirl's relationship with her mother, with Lady Shiva.
Okay.
And I think in particular you will enjoy this because it pulls a lot of Shiva's characterization from the 80s.
Yeah. I've seen some clips and stuff, some details about this. Yeah.
I can see it, like,
I've seen some clips and
like,
details about this
having
run
read
shared
the
with
80s
me.
question run. Yeah. Like, I could literally see how, like,
Oh, did you finish the
so there's
80s
a
question
group
run yet?
here who basically worship. Huh?
Have you finished the 80s run yet?
Yeah, I read the.
Oh, why didn't you tell me? I would have loved to have
I
done a.
finished all of the ones that are easily available.
Oh. You gotta start sailing the 7 seas, buddy.
I haven't gotten. I know. Eventually, I gotta get the question quarterly, but.
There's also a Green Arrow annual that's part of the read through.
That one I think I got.
Okay.
Or no, I did read that one. Some of it else.
There's two question annuals that involve there's 2 Green Arrow annuals that involve the question, but one of them takes place after Question's run is ended, but before Question Quarterly happens.
Yeah, I think I did read that one.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, like, so there is a group that worships, not worships, but is led by Shiva, right? I do think that might be the cult of Shiva. So she might have a little bit of a cult. But there are 2 distinct sides to it. One is assassins and the other are healers.
Yeah.
And part of it is Batgirl discovering that side of her mother. Realizing that her mother is not just one thing, is not just a killer. That people have been inspired by her to do good things. And like, having read the question, I'm like, oh yeah. No, I can definitely see that in there, having seen what Lady Shiva did in the question run.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, cool, that works. Also, I kind of want there's also a very cool like storyline in the middle where I don't actually think she is dead. However, Lady Shiva did kind of say to Cass to basically just assume she's dead, to act as if she is dead, because like whatever happens to that left, I'm not the same person, right? I'm like, okay, so I don't think she's dead, but I do think she's,
she's
maybe
dead to the reader.
Yeah. But there's this storyline that happens where that looks back at her origins, that looks back at her childhood, and part of that actually is her traveling with Richard Dragon and Bronze Tiger.
Yeah, I read that.
And her sister.
Yeah, I read that stuff. I think it's okay, but
it had me wanting a side-scrolling beat-em-up game featuring Lady Shiva, Richard Dragon, and Bronze Tiger, and Vic Sage as the main characters. I'm like, I want.
The thing is that it's an interesting idea of a flashback. The problem is that it doesn't really fit with the original Richard Dragon run. Like, that's the thing. Like, yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of elements that pull a lot from, like, the 80s question run, but it feels like it's only taking surface notes from the Richard Dragon run.
Fair enough. I will have to I will say, this one did make me want to read the Richard Dragon run.
It's a decent-ish run. The only real, like, fun fact about it, besides it being the place where Lady Shiva debuts from, is that it was originally a novel, and Lady Shiva didn't exist in the novel. She was like, O'Neill wrote both the novel and the comic, but when it came time for him to, like, he didn't include Lady Shiva in the novel, and then he came time to write it into the comic, he threw her in, which is so weird, because Lady Shiva is, like, such an integral part of the comic. So he's like, what the fuck was the novel about if Lady Shiva wasn't even in it?
Mm-hmm.
But also, I feel like Cassie's relationship with Shiva is it feels like an over-explored element. Like that, her original run was also all about her relationship with her mother, like her original 2000s run, and it just feels like every time there's a Cassie Kane story, it has to center around her mom. It just feels like I would like a story that brings back David.
Yeah, I can see that. As it is, like it's interesting. One of my favorite runs is Batman and Robin Eternal.
Mm-hmm.
That for me is sort of where I learned most about Cass Kane, and I love her relationship with Harper Row in that. I think they're cool. I just realized I'm looking at the things we have ahead of us, even though I know like there's still so much. I'm not seeing Secret Six.
Huh. Where is... Did I not include Secret Six? Did you... That is weird. I don't see Secret... the thing is, I don't... Did I not include Secret Six in my list? That is weird. No, I think you're right. I, for some reason, didn't include Secret Six in this list. I can add it to the list.
Yeah, let's add it to the list.
is really weird because I do actually think there was a Secret Six in my list here because I kept seeing Secret Six pop up in my when I was saving the file. Oh no, I see secrets. I see both Secret Sixes on my thing here in my pictures. That's properties. Okay, here's the weird thing. There's only 86. There's only 86 pictures on this thing, or 87 things. My thing has 94 in here.
Oh, okay, we're good.
So I just, for some reason, it didn't include every single thing in here.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. Let the back roll up in really good.
Yeah. I put Batgirl up in the really good section. Yeah.
Yeah.
Next is... What is the next one?
That is DC X Sonic.
Yep, the Sonic run.
That was fun. I really enjoyed this. This was great just in a number of like fun. This was, I mean, like total excuse plot, but it was really fun. Like here's the thing. For the record, when I say excuse plot, I do not mean that as a bad thing. You know? And they made it work. So the excuse plot for this is Darkseid comes to Mobius, not Mobius, comes to the Sonic Earth, looking for the Chaos Emeralds because they have infinite energy. All right, and he comes there with mini apocalypses called Ragnaroks. Those are his little ships that look like they look like they were made for the Sonic aesthetic, but they're Darkseid. They're little Darkseid head rock things that he flies in on while he's looking for the Chaos Emeralds. And that is so cool. Like they made Darkseid fit the Sonic aesthetic. So I have to give it props for that. And then there's these great little... Searching up.
Huh?
Oh, I see. You're hitting images. Sorry, I'm seeing your search right now.
Oh, sorry. That thing doesn't need to be up there still.
Yeah, no worries. So Sonic and friends team up with the Justice League, and what I found so interesting was that at the end of the second issue, Darkseid has all the Chaos Emeralds, and the Justice League sacrifice themselves to save Sonic and friends by shunting them into the Earth of into the DC Comics Earth. Sonic Earth and the Justice League disappear. Everyone thinks they're dead, and Sonic and friends take on the mantles of not you. Sonic and friends take on the mantles of each take on the mantle of one of the heroes. And so, like, Sonic dresses as the Flash, Shadow becomes Batman, Knuckles becomes Superman, and there's all these great moments of them, like, with their counterparts beforehand, and, like, it's so cool. Batman bonds with Shadow very quickly. Like Shadow's just like, I'm too cool for this, I'm getting out of here. And Batman's like, who was it? Who did you lose? That you weren't strong enough to. And they bond over that, and then they're like, okay. And then I was like, just stay out of my way. And then he's like, and they work together the rest of the time, like the edgy boys they are.
This is where I watch my parents die, Shadow.
Yeah.
Cowabunga.
The Superman and Knuckles both both bond over having incredible strength and responsibility and being the last of their kind. Wonder Woman and Amy just share cinematic views of things. They just look at things and just like there's a video of Wonder Woman just riding in the back of Amy's car, just looking at the sunset, and I'm like, they're vibing. They're just having a good time together. Like, and Amy got taken in by the Amazons immediately. Like, she loved the sisterhood of it all. Yeah, just put that in really good. Like, totally an excuse, but absolutely the best for it. Like,
Hello?
Hello?
Okay, you just went very quiet for a second.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, yeah, no. So DC and Sonic is
really good.
We'll put for the really good.
Yeah, it sounded really good from what you were saying. Next is Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy.
This is only one issue out.
Okay.
So, but it was very cute. There will be more. It is their romance story. It is their love story. I'm excited to see a full romantic. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, I'm just catching on the comments. Yeah, crossovers like this need at least a little excuse plot. Like, yeah, there's a balance to be had in an excuse plot. You need enough to be like, yeah, okay, and now we're working together, and not like whatever's going on in Jurassic Park, not Jurassic Park, in Justice League versus Godzilla versus Kong is just a little bit too complicated of an excuse plot now.
Gotcha.
Like, but Eric Anderson's doing Life and Crimes of Harley and Ivy, and it's super cute. Like, this is kind of like their first meeting after Harley breaks up with the Joker, and they're both trying to commit crimes here for different purposes. And then the Joker shows up, and he is just terrible, and I love him. It's lettered by Hassan Al-Hal, and I clocked that immediately. I saw his lettering. I'm like, oh yeah, It is absolutely great. Great potential. Only one issue out though.
I see.
The next one you have is a Milk-Bone commercial.
Superman, A Friendship Unleashed. Oh, it is a Milk-Bone commercial. So it's not actually a comic. It was on
your... It kind of is. I believe this... I'm pretty sure this was only a digital release. I don't think I own this. I didn't pay for it. It's just a cute story of Superman and Krypto, and and it is very clearly sponsored by Milk-Bone. I don't remember the plot at all. Forgot I even read it, really. But okay. I do remember that as a Milk-Bone commercial.
Fair enough. Our next Absolute book, Absolute Batman, otherwise known as Absolute Unit.
Yeah. No. So this, I remember when the Absolute line was first announced, all of us were like, this is just for the Snyder Road. And it was absolutely not that. So I've mentioned before that the moral arc of this universe bends toward Darkseid. Those movie tie-ins are always funny because it's always clear they have told the comics writers nothing about the actual film, so they just write a normal story for the character. Yeah, fair. That milk phone commercial was also a movie tie-in, effectively. Um, okay, but absolute Batman. So the first issue hooks you in fantastically. Um, so, and I love what they did to the Waynes. Look, that's a way to start. I love what they did to the Waynes in this. I love how they killed them. No, so in this universe, Batman loses the advantage of his wealth. Batman is no longer richer than God. He is working class. His father was a teacher. His mother is a social worker. Yeah, his mom's still alive. As a child, Bruce entered into a bridge building competition. They had to design a bridge that could be used, or design. I think it was just design a technology that could be used in other in the developing world, right?
Yeah.
And it had to be based on an animal. That was the other thing.
This is convoluted enough to do our theming.
Yeah, right. So Bruce went through many different designs on this thing, building a bridge based on a bat. And like initially it was scary, and then it was this, and then it was that. And eventually he built one that was flexible, that he could move, and that was lightweight and could be moved to anywhere. It could be dropped down from the sky to be placed wherever he needed it. Which kind of works well with a lot of the ideas working here, flexibility in his design of Batman. But anyway, he wins this competition, and he gets a free trip to the zoo. And his father is a teacher, is the chaperone. And while he is there's a mass shooting. Yeah. And that is what kills Thomas Wayne. Thomas Wayne is a teacher who died in a mass shooting, and well, that hit a little close to home.
Yeah.
Because I am also a teacher.
Yeah.
And so as a result, Bruce uses his
non-existent wealth.
He pursues plans to make himself into Batman. And what's really cool here is how a working class Batman works. So one, he became a civil engineer. He doesn't have a Batcave. He has instead what he has are a bunch of little deposits of places, little drops of places around the city that are mini caves for him. And they're all in the town, in buildings that he is working on. He is also friends with many of Batman's rogues. His weekly poker group is himself, Killer Croc, Penguin, Two-Face, and the Riddler. And the big villain Joker is the man who doesn't laugh. He is building this prison called Arkham. And it is so interesting where you have Batman versus the prison industrial complex, right? Batman versus a system which decides it can use incarcerated bodies however they see fit. It's so interesting the way they do that. Like, and part of it also is like the first villain is Roman Sionis, is Black Mask, who offers to pay him to let him just continue. He's like, I'm going to give you enough money to be Batman. Just let me do my thing. And Batman burns the money. He takes the money, and then he puts it on the zoo's memorial light that lights up every year in the shape of a bat, makes the first bat signal, and in the same moment burns all of that money because that light is so bright and so hot that it sets fire to like I think it was $250 million.
I would have just taken the money and then kept doing it. Like, you gave me some money. Thanks for the billion.
Yeah. But, so, interestingly enough, this comes up again in this comes up again in Absolute Evil, which is coming up. We'll get there later. I'll talk about that in a bit. But I'm really enjoying it. The current, like, the reinterpretation of some of his villains has been amazing. And like I'm really enjoying some of the very subtle social commentary. It's just been very cool. This and a lot of the Absolute line is going up in that perfect category. Not all of it, but some.
I understand. Okay.
Yeah. The Trinity had to be perfect. Everything else was like okay. But the Trinity they do.
Okay.
The Darren Warren Johnson annual. I don't even have a picture, but yeah, the Darren Warren Johnson annual was amazing.
Next we have.
Have you heard about what happens in the Daniel Warren annual?
I don't know anything about the individual plot lines of this run.
Okay, so in Absolute Batman Annual #1, there's Absolute Batman goes and he's getting some weapons, and some guys come in looking for weapons as well. They're going to, it turns out they're planning to raid a homeless camp nearby. And they go to this raid, and they start running amok, hurting people left and right. One of them is like, I am the power, I'm pure power, white. Like, literally is about to say it. Like, he catches a mid-hate crime. And so the man is Zeke Heiling, and the next page is a 2-page spread. It is just this man's arm. And his elbow is backward.
Oh, I remember seeing this panel.
Yeah. The guy who sold him all these weapons is there fighting against the homeless people as well. Batman puts 3 batarangs in his face and then knees him in that face.
Oh, I remember seeing that panel. I thought that was fan art.
No, that was real. That was 100% legit. Absolute Batman definitely killed these people. But I will say, like, I think there's a difference in, like, I've often said, there's a difference between comic evil and real evil, right? And when the real evil ends up in the comic, I do think you have to go harder against that real evil than you would against comic evil, than you do against the bank robbers and I'm gonna change all of the fun evil.
Were you about to say I'm about to change all the light bulbs?
All the light bulbs in the okay. So my idea was change all the light bulbs in the traffic lights or something. Like, I'm gonna change the light bulbs in the traffic lights so all their colors are wrong and no one knows how to drive anymore. You know, making the whole world dyslexic, you know. Um, yeah, like I do think that and so I'm okay with Batman killing a bunch of Nazis who were mid hate crime, you know. Um, but at the same time, there's a very interesting moment in there where there's this priest who is trying to talk to him, or rather, this priest who saved his life from those same guys earlier comes to this fight and starts doing medicine on these white supremacists and tries to save their lives. And he says, I don't know how to make it better. I just know how to not make it worse. Please, this isn't the way. And Absolute Batman says, this is my way. And he growls at this priest who saved his life, and he just keeps beating the shit out of these bad guys. And he's also remembering his father and thinking about the role what his father would have wanted, and he knows that this is not the way his father would have wanted him to solve this, and he feels ashamed. But at the same time, it doesn't make you feel ashamed that he does this. It is just recognizing that it is a complicated emotion to know that what you're doing requires violence, but that your ideals should not. Yeah. It's so it is realizing that he has fallen short of his father's expectation, but also knows that there's no other way in this case. Yeah. Perfect. Um, Not my favorite annual of the year, but certainly up there.
All right, now up to what I call perfect. This was my favorite run of the year.
Oh, yeah.
I love this run so much. Harley Quinn. God, it's so nice that the run has finally gotten good again. Like, after Fear State ended, and we sort of didn't know where to take the run, it got really boring for a good chunk of it. But I'm so glad you recommended I pick the run back up again, because, oh, it's been so good. Oh, God. Amazing DID representation, by the way.
Oh yeah, I love it.
Yeah, it is. My girlfriend has DID, and I've shown her panels of the thing in here, and she has been like, "Oh, yeah, this is me. This is how I feel." And it's like a lot of people will be like, a lot of people will act like if you want to do good DID representation, it has to be done serious. It has to be done straightforward. No jokes. Don't make jokes about DID. It's like, no. People with DID are people. They're allowed to have a sense of humor about their condition. Autistic people make jokes about being autistic. People with ADHD make jokes about having ADHD. It's not the jokes with the DID are not at the expense of DID. It's just Harley Quinn is a funny character, and so her dealing with DID is going to be funny.
I also think it was very cool that Harley's alter in here is more responsible.
Oh yeah.
You know? Mm-hmm. That. Yeah. That Harley brain is just hey, and it's just obsessed with being a good citizen.
Well, it's her.
It's just hey, you're.
In a way, in a way the Harley's brain is her super ego. It's her desire to fit in with society and be a part of the community, and as well as it's her socialization nexus that allows for her to be able to connect and communicate with people. And she recognizes, I cannot be Harley Quinn and be friends with the local community. The local community does not want to have a bake sale with Harley Quinn. And so I need to, if I want to coexist with society, I can't just be Harley Quinn. I have to be all of me, which includes the parts of me that have, for the longest time, been repressed because I didn't feel safe to have these sides of me out there. but now she's in a safe, somewhat gentrified, local, normal community. The greatest threat she's fighting is a sexy billionaire lady. She's not fighting the Joker anymore. She's allowed to let some aspects of herself out of their cages because she feels safe in this community.
I also really like the way that they're approaching the gentrification and like a lot of this, and that like I saw someone arguing about like why does she need to have this explained to her, and I'm like because she needs to, but like with the way that she was interacting with some of the like economics of the area where like the local business owners invited her in to help get rid of the Amazon delivery trucks or whatever it was. I think was the story that people got angry about. And I'm like, yeah, like because she wants to make this place a good area for the people who live here and have them be able to do it without being pushed out.
Yeah.
And like she also can't just take a sledgehammer to everything. You know, she's trying to wreck a billionaire's life, not her neighbors.
Yeah. But also, like, this is Harley Quinn. This is the woman who is, like, quoting, like, socialist communist ideology in the middle of a fist fight in Rebirth Suicide Squad. She gets involved in this types of stuff. Like, she has to explain this and get on her soapbox about socioeconomic policy. She's a liberal arts major. She's a psychologist. This is the type of woman that she is.
Yeah. No, like literally, I think the problem they were having was more like the way that the community was talking to her about it. And I'm like, yeah, because part of this is also being part of the community.
Yeah, that's that's the big lesson that Harley is going through with this run. Is yes, during Fear State, I learned how to direct my energy to be a superhero and help people. But now Harley is learning, okay, how can I direct my energies and my abilities to not just be a superhero, but to be a part of the community again? Like, that's what she's learning, is she doesn't know how to be a part of the community. Like, her first instinct was to just smash mailboxes and like, her instinct was that meme on Tumblr of shooting a gun into the air in order to lower property value.
Yeah. It's exactly that. Like, and so now she's being a lot more targeted with things and, you know, figuring out what people in her area need.
Yeah.
Like, So, no, absolutely, I agree. In the perfect section. Because, people say they don't like politics in their comics. I do. I like politics in my comics. However, those politics have to not suck.
Exactly. Like, Tom Taylor, you should not be writing politics.
You know, and he's
Tom King definitely should not be writing politics.
Yeah. That's honestly, I will continue to say that I hate season 4 of Supergirl, despite it being also my favorite. Because it had so much good potential and then it lost it all at once. That was the season where the Sons of Liberty were killing aliens, and really, like, it felt like viscerally, like I felt viscerally afraid because it was so real to me that, like, this feels exactly like what living in Trump's America feels like. And then at the end of the season, which introduced Dreamer and Manchester Black, and Dreamer is half alien and is dealing with that fear and also the fear of being a trans woman and dealing with all that. And then you have Manchester Black, whose wife was an alien and who was murdered, and who is angry at all of these human supremacists and starts murdering them, and gets treated like shit for standing up for his for basically his community. And then at the end of that series, they don't end up getting Agent Liberty, and instead it becomes about how Lex Luthor actually was secretly working with the Russians. And I'm like, so your metaphor about how Trump has fomented racism has fallen apart because now we're doing what the media does, and we're focusing on the Trump Russia angle and not on the rampant xenophobia angle.
Yeah.
And so, I love the politics in the show up until they fucked it up, and I'm loving the politics in Harley Quinn right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Next up, for another one whose politics I loved, Captain Planet.
Yep.
And this one was sort of my realization of how I am too nice, and that I have a big bias toward writers. Well, here's the thing, right? So I can write, right? So writing is a skill I have. I feel much more capable of critiquing something on its writing than on its art. I have not practiced draw art. I have not done. I'm not good at art, and so it feels really weird for me to try and critique art. And so I'm much more comfortable. So it's weird, but I have a bigger. So when a story has good writing and bad art, it often gets a lot more benefit from the good writing than punishment for the bad art. And I realized I just hate Amon Cassius' art. The story here is very good. I really enjoyed the way that it deals with both environmentalism and a lot of the ways that environmentalism has changed over the years, right? And one of the issues that's touched on is lithium mining. Lithium mining is terrible for the environment, but lithium ore is required for batteries for electric cars.
Yeah.
And so our green energy future is dependent on a metal that is incredibly dangerous to extract. And so, that it touched on these things, and that it moved, that Loot and Plunder here is very much a stand-in for Elon Musk. He's got a lot of no emission things, but he's also literally, it's all about him and all about his own, aggrandizement. And so I felt I really enjoyed the writing. I can't stand Amon Cassius' art. Oh my god, his faces look so shrink wrapped. Everyone's got their mouths open and their teeth. I can see their gums constantly, and I hate it.
Yeah, there's a few artists like that I can't really get behind. So where do you want to put this at? Decent or eh? Or do you want to forgive the art and put it at really good?
No. I feel like I owe it to, I'm going to put it in decent. I owe it to myself to not give it a high rating, given that I gave it such inflated high ratings, because I had forgiven the art. Yeah. So yeah, let's put it in decent.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Hasn't moved yet. All right. Next up, Zatanna.
Yep.
This was a really good one, and the art and from writer artist Jamal Campbell, and just insane. Writer artist work is so like I don't understand how they do it. Like, and it is very tough. Supergirl's had a whole bunch of delays and changes to it because I don't think Sophie Campbell has been capable of keeping up with the requirements of doing both the writing and art.
Mm-hmm.
And so that has really, that Joel Campbell managed to do Zatanna as writer artist the entire time is just incredible. And the art is amazing. The story is so cool. It there's this mystery to how it all works, and it all comes together like a magic trick. Really good, just insane. I was so heartbroken to see Ut Ib the Dukdak at the bottom. Yes, I learned how to say it backward to be concluded. And I verified that I had actually said it correctly. I recorded myself and played it backward.
That's commitment.
Yeah. See it, just insane. Forks. Tom Taylor.
So where do you want to rank this?
Writing a kid's comic. Zatanna's really good.
Okay.
Zatanna's perfect.
Okay, next is Knights of Cord, or Court.
Children of the Round Table. And Court's fun. I gotta read it's odd that I don't think I've seen any of the other issues come up on DCUI, but it's cute. So Court is this kids softball team or soccer team. All right, this kids soccer team suddenly get given the weapons of the Knights of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. That can talk. They are in fact imbued with the spirits of their wielders, and I only read the first issue.
Okay.
I do think it has great potential. Agree with that. I only read the first issue because I wanted to see if it would be good for like my niece and nephew. It's a little too old for them.
I see.
But I did very much think I thought when they're like 8 years old, it would be good for them. Right now they're 5 and 2, so no.
I get it.
Or if I, is it 3? No. So, but I figured this would be but it is very cute, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. I like the concept. You know, everyone has a different weapon associated with the Knights of the Round Table. That's cool. I'm fairly certain the one kid who has a stick has Merlin's staff. I think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be very cool, and like Tom Taylor writing kid stuff is actually like where I think you should keep Tom Taylor.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Like Tom Taylor, that's where he shines. Yeah. So great potential because I haven't read most of it.
I get you.
But I really do think that is that it could be very good. But then the Atom Project, right?
Yes, the Atom Project. How was that? How was Captain Atom in it?
So I think you would enjoy that because so for this story, this is once again in the fallout of absolute power and the rise of the JLU. And the Atom Project is the project where they're trying to get people their powers back. They're working on transferring powers from one person to another because some of the powers got to random people. So some people, like some random humans on Earth, got powers. They're tracking them down in some cases.
Yeah.
But part of the problem is that actually Captain Atom has the ability to hold on to multiple powers. He can have, and so they're using him as sort of a conduit for these powers.
Okay.
And the military wants to use this to give powers to whoever they want to make super soldiers. And they're partially funding the situation. And it actually starts with Captain Atom on the run from the military.
Okay.
Where I'm like, I think you would like that. Or I'm like, ooh. Like, Captain Atom's powers are still quantum in this case, but...
Well, that's good. They're supposed to be quantum.
Like, oh, they have... The military's the bad guy. So I'm like, ooh, that's cool.
His powers are supposed to be quantum. I do not want them to be atomic.
Oh, whatever. They're atomic quantum-ish, you know. It isn't the, like, as you pointed out, his power is technically magical.
Yeah. It's magical, and the name Captain Atom and everything was a in-universe branding initiative. It was made to look like he was up to, like, because they didn't want to explain his backstory to the general public, so they just called him Captain Atom.
So yeah, they gave him So in this, like, the military are the bad guys, which is such a cool, like, I'm like, yes, please, let that be. Eiling is, like, yeah, one of the bigger bad guys. I thought that was cool. Decent is getting full, but yeah, I'm gonna put it in decent.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's enough in all of these categories. We don't have to be too worried, but yeah, decent is definitely bigger than the rest. Supergirl!
Yeah. Supergirl. So I like Sophie Campbell's Supergirl. I will admit that, the design of Liz Alar is,
thick.
Hot. Yeah. I'm like, oh, yeah, okay. Not upset about any of that. Also, the issue where they all dressed up as goths for a party. And it's gone a little bit downhill. It hasn't been the best, but the fan service has toned down a bit, and I'm not upset about that at all. I enjoyed the fan service. I am a fan, and I was serviced, but yeah, I know people had some complaints about it.
My issues are never really with the fan service of Sophie Campbell's work. I love it. My issue more with her stuff is she tends to write characters a little out of character for the sake of fan service.
Yeah, I'm enjoying Leslie Lar as a villain trying to be a hero now, and I think that's rather fun. I like her new identity as Luminary. I know people are not liking the color scheme that she's yellow and purple, but I enjoy it. I think they've been rather fun. I do think though that there are too many characters with LL names here because about Leslie Lar, and forget Lena Luthor, and Lucy Lustrum. I want to say.
I haven't read the runs.
Like, it's a ridiculous number. No, it's just a ridiculous number of like LL names.
Look, it's just following in the Superman tradition of having every love interest have the name LL, like Lex Luthor.
Oh no, it fully is. Like, I need you to understand. Luna Lustrum, right? Like it fully, like it is very, very Silver Age. Oh, also I love Tiny Tano. By which I mean, one of Luminary's abilities was that at one point she threw out Titano like he was a Pokemon out of a Pokeball, and now he's been shrunk, and now he's Tiny Tano. Also, she has a super bunny named Candy.
Yeah, I love the Super Bunny.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a very cute world. I'm enjoying it. It is very Silver Age. It is not nothing to really write home about. Like, it's okay. You know, there's fun stuff to be had though. But yeah.
Okay.
So
next
let's go with.
I believe this is Trinity.
Oh,
so put Supergirl in
do not recommend.
Trinity in it?
Yeah.
We're lagging a bit. Which
Trinity
one are you talking about?
Supergirl to
Okay.
And Trinity is in do not recommend.
Gotcha.
Tom King again.
Look, Tom, there are some comics you've written that we have liked. These just aren't them.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Listen, Tom, I understand that you are trying to take seriously the criticism that you cannot write women. I think maybe you should just give up on that and just write the male-dominated stories that you've been doing so well at. Because man, I will say that Tom King is better at comedy than Tom Taylor. There are plenty of funny things. I do actually enjoy the way he writes Damian and John. I do like the way he writes the Super Sons. Mm-hmm. But once again, the Super Sons should not be the the best part of the Trinity miniseries.
Yeah.
This has Trinity at 3 different points of her timeline, because she messed with the time machine, and accidentally got Robin and Superman turned into, well, actually Batman has gotten. I think it's entirely possible that it is actually several versions of Damien and John turned into Corgis and lost throughout the time stream. At one point, losing one of them during Crisis on Infinite Earths. But honestly, the biggest problem I have with this one has been Teen Trinity interacting multiple times and developing a crush on Teen Jason Todd.
I mean, I like the fact that we're bringing back Teen Jason Todd.
I'm like, it just feels a little weird when you realize that, like, she regards Damien as her brother, or not as a brother, but actually as an uncle-ish, as a brother-uncle kind of odd role, and that technically speaking, like, Jason is her uncle. Uncle, brother, weird roles. Like, it's so weird, and the, like, time travel age gaps.
Yeah.
You know, where I'm like, she's a teenager, he's a teenager, but right now in continuity, she's a toddler, and he is a 28-year-old man.
This is how I felt about the very weird romance between the future state Flash and Aquaman's daughter. Because we see future state Flash show up in the present, and they're a teenager, and Aquaman's kid is a baby.
Yep.
Aquaman's daughter is Andrina Curry. This is really...
Thank you. Yeah, I know. That one it's just so weird. Yeah, at the very least, now Andrina has been aged up.
Yeah.
Like, so I'm like, okay, maybe, but like, yeah. All right. So now Absolute Evil.
Yeah.
So Absolute Evil, right, starts with a meeting of people. Well, it starts with a side of Absolute Green Arrow talking about talking to Roy about going after this guy who is definitely Jeffrey Epstein. Right?
Yeah.
And Hector Hammond was like, it's fine, I'll take care of that guy. I know he's causing you trouble. I'll take care of I'll take care of Ollie. He's a friend of mine. I'll get him to stop bothering you. Right? And then Hector Hammond goes into his meeting with the with the new Justice League, by which I mean Ra's al Ghul, Veronica Cale, Eloise Thawne, and the Joker. And they start talking about heroes and about the way that they have dealt with heroes in the past. One of the ways they dealt with heroes in the past was Hawkman. Hawkman how Hawkman is conservative, right?
Yeah.
Always been kind of to the right. Well, Hawkman decided to name names during HUAC. Hawkman totally turned on all of his left-leaning comrades, and now he is the enforcer for the Justice League.
Okay.
Yeah. The but they talk about about people in the past. They talk about the Sandman, Wesley Dodds. They killed him.
Yeah.
They talk about Ted Grant, Wildcat. He had been cleaning up crime. He had been doing his part. But they noticed that he needed money for a gym that he was, trying to start up. So they bought him off. And they actually do directly compare this to their attempts to buy off Batman. So they had attempted to buy off Batman, but it didn't work. They've done a number of other things where they've just killed various superheroes over the years. Basically, most of the JSA has been murdered or bought out and had all of their ideals compromised.
Mm-hmm.
And they're looking at their current problems. They're looking at these people that they just can't deal with right. And then Hammond brings up I'm gonna talk to Ollie. It'll be fine. And then Hawkman comes in with Oliver Queen's brutalized body over his shoulder. As he has murdered Oliver Queen for the Absolute League of Justice. It's a weird story, and I'm not doing actually. It's a lot of exposition, and I am not doing it justice. Will say it was very well done, very well presented, and it very much makes the case for what the universe is in the Absolute Universe.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That, and how they are dealing with the social commentary. Because it is very much I'm oh yeah, no, I'm seeing all of the ways in which they're operating. So yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed Absolute Evil. It was a one shot, but it really has shown off a lot more of what they're doing in these stories.
Okay.
One of the things I'll say about the Absolute Universe, and you had said what is the plot? I don't know, right? It's going is that they are a little bit more restrained with their plots. They're not what I've respected very much of that is that a full year in and we're not getting a Justice League, we are getting a crossover where, Absolute Batman is meeting Absolute Wonder Woman. But they're being very restrained in dealing with it. More of the plots are very small. This is a threat, I'm dealing with that. This is a threat, I'm dealing with that. And then moving on to this, and then this, and then there's this bigger thing in the background.
Yeah.
And that I respect a lot more than a very fast rush toward a Justice League.
I agree there.
Yeah. So they're establishing who these characters are and what they stand for, and I found them incredible. Also, Absolute Brainiac manipulates it from the sidelines, and we get our first look at Absolute Lex Luthor.
Yeah.
Who is a absolute Kansas hunk. He's living on a farm, bald but with a big red beard. He looks like a hipster and a lumberjack like that kind of level, but like actually authentically Kansan. I don't know how to say it, how to deal with that. And he is like, and Brainiac brings him in as like the trump card. Like we need this guy in there as well. And I don't know at all what his role is going to be, but I'm excited. Also, because the big bad of Superman's run so far, of Absolute Superman, has been Absolute Ra's al Ghul.
Okay.
And I'm like, yeah, I'm like, huh? Okay. But yeah, we'll put that in really good.
I did.
It is a fantastic one shot. Okay.
Do you want to take another?
All right.
Do
So, Absolute Martian Manhunter.
you want to take another break to stretch your legs?
I'm good. I
Okay.
just needed a bathroom break before.
Okay.
Do you want to take a break and stretch your leg?
No, I'm good. I don't have to do most of the talking here. I'm just sort of. I'm actually, honestly, sort of letting you talk, and I'm doodling on the other end.
Oh, all right. Okay. So next up, Absolute Martian Manhunter.
Yeah.
Absolute Martian Manhunter is weird and trippy, and I love it. Javier Rodriguez's art is just insane. So it follows John Jones is an FBI agent. He is a regular human. And he works for the FBI's Department on Stochastic Terrorism.
Yeah.
But it is not the actual definition of stochastic terrorism. It is random terrorism. Not by getting a bunch of people to do things, but just like weird. But what I love that John is so terrible as a husband. So it starts with John got blown up at work. Right? He's an FBI agent. He was dealing with a terrorist. He got blown up. Goes to the doctor. Doctor says, "Hey, you should take 2 weeks off. You should take goes to work. Boss says, I think you should take 2 weeks paid vacation. You look like you could use it." He's like, I really want to work here. I really want to keep working. And then he goes home and he says to his wife, "Yeah, they wouldn't give me time off." They're like, and his wife is like, "Yeah, man, that's bullshit. You got blown up." It's like everyone is like telling him, "Take the time." And he's like, "Nope, I'm so married to the job. I'm gonna do this." But anyway, he gets like kind of possessed by the Martian Manhunter. So he gets this headmate, the Martian Manhunter, who can see who shows him other people's emotions, and he can see all this stuff, and it is very trippy and very like the art is just insane. I'm putting it in very good. I can't explain the plot. The White Martian is just this White Martian is putting ideas into people's head to make them commit crimes, and he's just kind of seeding riots in people. It's just so weird, but so good.
I gotcha.
And it is, of course, by Javier Rodriguez's art.
All right, next is not Absolute Batman. It's a different Batman. Is this like a ninja Batman or something? What is this one?
This is Immortal Legend Batman. It is a tokusatsu Batman.
Okay, so I did think there was Japanese influence going on here.
Yeah. So this is a world where there are these shadow monsters that come out and kill people, and like it is Also, not one world. It is a planetary system. All right. So on all of these planets, these shadow monsters, as a result of I think faster than light travel, can just sort of appear, and they're made of bad energy and like evil. And and years ago, these this group learned how to master the energy to turn in order to fight them. One mastered the way of light and became the immortal legend Robin. One mastered the way of shadow and became the immortal legend Batman. And one mastered both and became the immortal legend Nightwing. And they have passed on these down in a line together so that they can constantly. So they are immortal legends because it is a legacy role.
I see.
So Bruce Wayne became the immortal legend Batman, and he decided to do an immortal and a way of shadow ritual to separate out the darkness inside of him. And what that does is it makes shadow versions of him that have gone to all corners of the universe, and that he is now killing as a way of getting rid of both the pain that they are causing and also his own darkness. And so it interprets all of his villains as versions of him, as problems in his own personality. So the Man of Two Faces, I believe was his name, became is his sense of duality. The Bane of Man, I want to say. I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna see if I can pull up their actual names. Their fucking tokusatsu names.
Starfish Hitler.
Let's see. You have this. Okay, yeah, they do. Let me go back to the first one and I'll pull it up. So yeah, you have the Two-Faced Man is it represents his duality, his weird connections, his split personality effectively. Then there was the Bane of Man, who represents his need to be the strongest. The Man of Riddles is his need to solve riddles, and that one was really cool because there were these little symbols on each page that had, hey, there's a riddle here to be solved. At the end of the book, we'll tell you what the answer was. Which I thought was great. I'm like, oh, that's cool. And how to solve it. So like you go to the link. Number 4 was the Poison Man. And also, we learned that he has formed an alliance with one of his versions, the Frozen Man. But the other thing is that as he is killing these versions of himself, he's also effectively killing himself.
Yeah.
So he is running. So he is losing elements of him as he does this, and it's an interesting thing. The art is incredible. Dan Mora does the covers. The internals are different, but it's been really fun. We'll put this as decent. It's fun. It's not groundbreaking.
Okay. Next is Batman and Robin, the Dick Grayson run, I'm guessing.
No. So this is Batman and Robin year 1.
Right. The other one was also a year 1.
No, the other one was Robin and Batman.
Ah.
So it was sort of a year one, but it wasn't a year one title.
Gotcha.
So Batman and Robin Year One is an exploration of their first year together their first time, adventures together as this guy Grimaldi shows up to town, who is who starts running the Gotham underworld, and Two-Face and Clayface are being pushed around in this by Grimaldi, and eventually actually take over. There's some really interesting stuff going on here, but I will say there were a couple of delays in here that made it a little difficult to read month to month.
I get you.
And the plot probably could have been condensed. It probably didn't need to be 12 issues. I'm going to put it in didn't hate it.
Fair enough. Next is Challengers of the Unknown.
This is Chris Condon again, and he made me really want to read Challengers of the Unknown.
I really recommend the Weirdoverse Challengers, which is the late 90s run. I thought the art in that is so fucking good. I love the art in that the late 90s Challengers of the Unknown book.
Yeah, so this is another one of the Justice League Unlimited. We're going to tell stories about what it's like running the Justice League. And the Challengers of the Unknown are doing all of the grunt work on the satellite.
Yeah, they mentioned that in the All Alone in the Watchtower book also.
Yeah, no, and actually they work together in this kind of respect, because one of them does get really hurt in All Alone in the Watchtower.
Mm-hmm.
And the part of it is that the Justice League is not telling them everything that's going on. So they find this. So the Justice League finds this energy signature coming from certain artifacts in space and on Earth, and they are also uniquely attached to different members of the Challengers and to their past. And it really got really interesting. It gives you a lot of information about them, which is good because no one knows who these guys are. And their unique relationship with death, because Darkseid is death, partially. Right? And so they have this unique connection to Darkseid in this respect. And then when they go over to this thing that is releasing Darkseid energy, and then they have a weird experience, and they come back, and then Mr. Terrific puts them in quarantine without explaining anything. And they're like, hey, what the fuck is going on? And so eventually they actually unionize, because they're like, what are we doing here? Not a lot is explained by the end. There's this huge mystery going on that isn't answered. But at the same time, because it is partially set up toward KO, and then whatever's after KO is what it feels like.
Mm-hmm.
But I do like the idea of we put this whole story here as a seed for something else. But it feels good because you can read the story and be like, ooh, who are these characters? Let me learn about them. And even if you know that whatever plot they're finding here isn't going to be unraveled here and is going to be somewhere else, it gives you something interesting to look into and be like, I want to read more about these characters, and I rather enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Also, every issue.
Yeah. Every issue.
So also every issue, there's another one of the Justice League in a Challengers of the Unknown version of their costume.
Okay.
So they all get Challengers pink costumes. And they explain that it's because the Challengers are technically leading these missions, and so like they want to make sure that they make that clear that the big league member is subordinate in this case. And I thought that was rather cool. So yeah, you know what? Really good.
Okay.
It made me really want to read more Challengers than that.
The original 70s one is by Jack Kirby. And it's a really beloved run.
That makes sense. It makes sense because they're literally constantly compared to the Fantastic Four.
Yeah, no, they were literally made to basically be, hey, Jack Kirby, make more Fantastic Four, and this time make it for us. But,
Yeah.
okay,
So I'm like, ooh, that could be fun.
Next up is this anime-looking run.
Speed Racer.
Yeah, Speed Racer.
Yeah. So, Speed Racer, I got the issue 0 from Free Comic Book Day, and it was rather fun. It was really good. So, like, it reminds me a little bit of She-Ra in that you've got this rather serious story, but then you've got characters who've got very on-the-nose names.
Yeah.
You know, where it's like, you know, I mean, you've got Racer X, and no one knows that he's actually
his
Rex
brother.
Racer.
Yeah, he's his brother.
Like, yeah. But that's always been the case.
To be fair, Speed Racer, like, it was one of the first stories to do the shadowy, mysterious person is the main character's brother. Like, that was, like, yes, it was a convoluted trope even back then, but it was one of the first, like, really big series to really do that.
Yeah. And it does it well. Like, what I enjoy, so Speed Racer starts off in an underground Formula X racing circuit in Palm City. And, like, he's kind of a criminal. Like, he actually had run-ins with the cops. And part of the problem is actually that the cat team gets to his father, beats him up, and he has a heart attack. And he races the car down to the hospital, and he gets chased by cops then. There's a lot of really good action, and in the art. The art is really pretty incredible. Like, there's a sense of motion to the art that where, like, I can tell that this was hard to do. You know?
Mm-hmm.
I really enjoyed that. It gets a little flack because it's like the dark and gritty Speed Racer, and it's not actually all that dark and gritty. It feels perfectly in the middle of that dark and gritty. It feels like, yeah, the right amount of, like, we wanted to be a little more serious, but also, like, we know we're a Matchbox Toy TV show, you know?
Yeah.
We know this is a Saturday morning cartoon. And it works. Like, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was fun. It got really good reviews. I gave it really good reviews, and I really stand by it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I give it really good.
Okay. Next is
Two-Face.
Two-Face. I don't think that's Two-Face. Is it Two-Face?
No, that's Two-Face.
Oh yeah, it is Two-Face. It's Two-Face climbing out of Two-Face's face.
Yeah. Christian Ward's Two-Face.
You don't sound like you enjoyed it.
No, I feel bad for it, actually. I enjoyed it. Christian Ward had such a great sense of voice for Two-Face and for Harvey, and he was so good at it. And so part of the plot of this is actually that um, is that Harvey Dent has started the White Church, which is not a church. It is in fact the underground legal it is the criminal court. It is a court for criminals where criminals can sue each other for things.
Yeah.
And they it is a little convoluted because it is dumb as shit. That Harvey does the arguing, does the he is whatever side of the thing he wants to be on. There's another lawyer usually, and arguments and all that. And then at the end, it is determined by a coin flip. However, this is for a reason. And I use the phrase, and I've kept saying Harvey is doing this because it is in fact Harvey who is doing this and not Two-Face. Harvey has managed to suppress Two-Face completely. And someone is doing their damnedest to bring him back. And it turned, there's this weird conspiracy, and there's a whole bunch of, and it is largely revealed through these weird underground law proceedings. It is a legal drama where everyone is a criminal, and it is fantastic. The problem is it was canceled 3 books in with only 3 books left to wrap it up.
Oof. It has had really bad sales. Yeah.
I very much enjoyed it. It just didn't get its turn, get to be what it was supposed to be.
Okay, so this is definitely a great potential book that's just will never achieve its great potential.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly. It was very cool. The art was amazing. Sanaz and Elhau did the lettering. It's also revealed that the leader of the organization that is trying to sabotage the White Church and Harvey Dent is Two-Face.
Yeah, that kind of figured.
Yeah, it is Two-Face against Harvey, and such a great, it has a great potential, but it just got canceled too soon. That's why I'm oh, God. It was so cool. There's a mindscape. Two-Face is imprisoned in Harvey's mind, and at one point sues for release. Next up is Gotham Academy first year, which I assume is their attempt at being a year 1, but in the style of.
So I'm guessing it's about the sister, or it's about the mom who died back in the day?
No, it is about Olivia.
Okay. I feel like if you're going to do a year 1 about Gotham Academy, it should be about her mom.
No, literally, this is effectively a year before all of the other Gotham Academy books take place.
Wow, that feels necessary.
It's Olive's first year there. Maps only appeared in the 3rd issue. There's only 3 issues out.
Wait, wasn't the original Gotham Academy Olive's first year at the school?
I don't know really.
I thought that was her first year.
Sure. I think it was actually not first year.
They act like she had never been there before, and she was new, and no one had met her before. They write her as a first year.
No, It's so weird. I know. Like, this is a heavy retcon on this stuff. I'm hoping that part of what what they're going for is for kind of a way to to build up the other stories and just to like be like, okay, I feel like this is a reboot of the whole thing, and they're trying to get the whole thing so they can do like first year, second year, fourth year, and just like, yay, we graduated. I don't know. It's odd. I will say I'm a sucker for Gotham Academy.
I thought the original stuff was pretty solid. Yeah, no, I liked it.
Yeah.
Like,
a lot of the runs, the problem really felt like they just ended too soon.
Yeah.
Like.
Oh no, absolutely. They definitely felt like they sort of they took their time and then just had to end it immediately, and just felt like I would have liked to have seen more, please.
Yeah. Like, and I feel like I know that like a lot of people thought that the civilian characters and all of them were pretty weak. Basically, the only character who anyone really likes in that story is Maps, and I feel like this is sort of an attempt at writing Gotham Academy, so the actual protagonist of Gotham Academy is more popular.
Yeah.
Than the breakout star.
Look, it doesn't help that you literally wrote a one-off story where Maps goes on an adventure with Damian.
Yeah.
Like, people are going to fall in love with this character.
Yeah. I love Maps. I think Maps is one of the best characters they have. I want her to be an actual Robin.
Yeah. I think she would be a great Robin.
I actually have I pitched you my run for a Map story?
No,
it's actually a Jason Todd story.
Okay, so it would be really fun to do a Jason Batman Maps Robin dynamic. That would be fun.
So I had this idea. So this comes after. So this came after the fact that I watched Gran Turismo the movie and really enjoyed it.
Okay.
And there's this great dynamic between David Harbour's character and the main character. David Harbour is a former racer. He is the coach, and he does not want to coach. He's like, and especially he does not want to coach this. We're going to take Gran Turismo players and turn them into racers. He's like, that's stupid. You're going to get people killed. So his entire MO is, I'm going to train you so hard you quit. And I thought that would be a really cool way of doing a Jason Todd story. Of giving Jason Todd a sidekick.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So I'm like, what if Jason just kidnapped all the kid sidekicks, all right, and did a little like brat camp type deal with them? Not actually brat camp though, because those were like actually really terrible. But and then he. And to train, and he's like, I'm going to train all of your sidekicks so that they quit being sidekicks. I'm going to make all of your sidekicks quit. I don't think sidekicks should.
Make this a sequel to Outlaw Academy.
Right? And
actually, that should be it. The sequel to Gotham Academy is Outlaw Academy.
Nice. So I even had like an idea of a roster for this, but like one of the things I want, like at one point I have this idea of Jason like challenging Osel Ra to a fight.
Yeah.
Right? And she's like, oh, easy. I'm Kryptonian, Pelosian or whatever. I can do this. And then he just turns on the red sun lamps, and he's like, and he basically does the whole like, you're no good. If you're no good without your powers, you're no good. You can't always rely on your powers. You have to actually do it for real. And like, and she was raised on Warworld. She can fight. You know, like she definitely gives him a run for his money, but she's definitely more feral than like trained.
Yeah.
So I do think he would still win. It would be rougher than he was expecting, though. But yeah, fully intending to like just traumatize these kids out of being sidekicks. And then literally, for the record, she was not invited. Maps was not invited. Maps sees that all of the sidekicks have been kidnapped, goes to Batman, and is like, so I've noticed that all of the sidekicks are gone. And I noticed that no one seems to be panicking about this, so clearly you know who it is. And does a little bit of thinking and figures out exactly where they are without Batman's permission at all. And then she goes to his camp and is like, what? And literally, Jason is like, Bruce is going to kill me if I train you. But also, you need to be scared out of doing this so much more than anyone else does. And it is just this unstoppable force of Mia really wanting to be a Robin meets immovable objects.
Being Robin
Jason
guilty.
wanting Mia to never get hurt by training her by just trying to traumatize her out of doing this terrible idea.
Yeah, no, I love this. I love this pitch.
Yeah. And yeah, like also Mia gets to be friends with some of the other sidekicks out there. Batman's gonna kill me. Bruce is gonna kill me if I train her, but she needs this. Yeah. But yeah, so right now, Gotham Academy is great potential.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. The next one. What is this one?
Gotham City Sirens Unfit for Orbit, I believe.
Yeah, I think that is it.
And honestly, I think I'm gonna go and I forgot I even read it. It's alright. Right? It's like somewhere between and I forgot. I have a really good memory, unfortunately. So it's like very, very much like this middle is like so like yeah, it is an really more than I forgot. This is another story that, like I said, I think she gets too much hate. I do think that her stories are okay. There's some cute things in here that I enjoy. There's some jokes that I think they land pretty well. Very early on at the beginning, at one point, there's a three-way phone call, and Harley calls Ivy and says, "What you doing?" And she says, "Janet." Yeah, but other than that, it's all right. Like,
Fair enough. The power, Black Lightning. I didn't like this run. I thought it was I thought the disorganized temporal leniency of the storyline did not work with what it was trying to do. I really didn't like relegating the Masters of Disaster to now being a very mediocre Black Lightning villain who we're never going to see again. Like, I want the Masters... I want Windfall to join the Outsiders, and we're never going to have that now.
Yeah, no, I definitely can see that. Um, like I do feel honestly I couldn't tell you the plot.
Yeah.
I yeah, I forgot I even read it. Like it is like the art was all right, I think. Um, they set up a couple of things that I thought would be cool, but I like yeah.
Fair enough.
Gods, however,
Wait, so do you want it to be or forgot I even read it?
forgot I even read it. I couldn't tell you the plot.
Alright, yeah, New Gods.
New Gods. Oh God, this is the most I've ever understood Ron P, and it's amazing. Um, just the art in here is incredible, even though they got a number of different artists who swapped in and out, and I like there. This is like incredibly epic. There's some really cool stuff. It got canceled before it should, but like who's expecting the new gods to actually be as epic as it's supposed to be? But it felt, you know, like there's a lot of really cool stuff in here. Uh, Honestly, I don't know what's gayer, being gay or whatever Light Ray, Black Racer, and Orion have going on. It's yeah, no. The like I said, art's incredible. Um, the I really enjoyed like the way the characters and um Orion looks like a freaking Digimon and it's amazing. And I mean that like in like War Greymon type build, like um no, I loved it. And Seraphin being a traitor was freaking cool. Yeah, no, all of it was great. It's Star Wars of the DC universe and should get an infinite ongoing. Unfortunately, it was canceled after 12 issues.
12 issues is a decent amount of issues, though.
Oh no, for a decent run, it should have. It was. It feels like it's just getting started though.
Gotcha. So should it still be in great potential at 12 issues?
No, no, like 12 issues is too long to be in great potential.
Okay, I'll put it in really good.
But yeah, I would have read it for much longer.
All right, Wonder Woman.
Tom King. It's going in the Tom King box of shame. Once again, the best issue of Wonder Woman is the Detective Chimp story. Honestly, let's just give Tom King a Detective Chimp run, okay? And then I'll give Tom King Detective Chimp, and I will stop complaining about him. Once again, the problem is that the best written character in this is a man, and that should never be the case. Wonder Woman.
I would love for Tom King to write a creeper book. He really nailed Jack Ryder.
Oh, I can see it. And Tom King is funny. Like, he could definitely do creeper. The other problem that I have here is like his whole insistence on I'm gonna give Wonder Woman a Joker level villain, and his idea was a character who can never gain its power back. I'm like the problem is right that, like, yeah, with is the Sovereign storyline going to be an iconic Wonder Woman storyline? Probably, you know, but no other writer can play with the Sovereign now, because the Sovereign no longer has all the power. The Sovereign's power was entirely political.
Yeah.
There's no way to use that anymore. Now that he's deposed, what are you gonna do? You know, like it just doesn't work. And I also feel like part of the problem with the Sovereign is that he does look cool and imposing a little bit, even as he is a frail old man. But like he looks like misogynists want to be portrayed.
Yeah.
As this power that can't be undone, right? There's that wealth and privilege that you can't take away. And I feel like the better example of patriarchy in Wonder Woman, the better like stand-in for that is Dr. Psycho.
The thing is no, there is an even better villain. If you want somebody who represents the systemic societal power of the patriarchy and capitalism and all of that, White Magician. He was probably the best new villain she has had in like the past 50 years. He is so good. He's from the mid 90s. His whole thing is that he is so old. He's so old. He is Thomas Jefferson's grandfather. Or like ancestor or whatever. And he has been using magic to sustain his economic and political and social power for so long that he has like entrenched himself in Boston as like this caretaker / like just noble house and like comes out as a superhero mostly because Wonder Woman is here and he needs to upstage her because he needs to maintain his societal power that he has. And during the Eclipse of Darkness Within annual, he wants to get control of the Eclipso power. So he invites Wonder Woman over to his house, and then casts. And the only way to like become infected with the power of Eclipso is to have some sort of intense rage that they can latch onto. And Wonder Woman, being such a pure-hearted person, can't be easily incited to be manipulated by Eclipso. So he puts her in an illusion dream state using his magic to construct a reality where he charms her to take him to Paradise Island to educate him on everything, and then flips the switch and charms Hippolyta into letting him turn Paradise Island into a resort, and then turns all of the Amazons into caretakers / obviously sex workers, but we can't say it in a mid 90s comic. And again, people reading the comic know these are all victims of sexual abuse, and Wonder Woman is enraged beyond all hell. And he succeeds. He unlocks Wonder Woman's inner demon.
Who has power beyond influence, which means that there are ways he can come back that are interesting.
Yeah.
Part of the problem is that you don't have that I don't think Tom King understands is, like, Tom King, I've said, does not play well with others, particularly, and it means that he, one of the things I've said about comics is that it isn't just collaborative between an art team, it's also collaborative with the next art team.
Yeah.
And if you don't write your characters into a place where they can be used again, then no one's ever going to pick up your toy that you made, and and you're not going to be able to, and it's not going to get as much off there. Additionally, if you write a story, you can't write a story that is too good, right? I'm thinking to the situation with Neil Gaiman, right? Neil Gaiman has hurt a lot of people.
Mhm.
Alright? And I'm not, and I need to establish here that when I'm talking about the role that it has played in the legacy of his characters, that is not the tragedy. The tragedy is all the people he has hurt.
Yes.
All right. But part of the problem with no one can ever use those characters again because no one was using them in addition to him.
No one was using them because he
So
asked them,
instead-
like, no one was using those characters because he specifically said, hey, please don't use my characters. And so, like, you can just do a big middle finger to use those characters again, but in my opinion, just use different versions of Death because there's a million different versions of Death. You don't need to use his Death.
Yeah. So the thing what I mean is that, like, Batman is insulated from the problems of I'm sure Bill Finger and Bob Kane had some problematic views in the past, right? I'm sure you can find something that they've said that was bad, right? They're from the 40s. But so many other people have written Batman that their beliefs do not represent Batman entirely. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, they don't paint, whatever bad things they believed won't paint Batman because Batman has been played with by so many other writers.
Yeah.
Right? But Sandman is only the creation of Neil Gaiman and his art team. It's really, like, and it is very much just him, effectively. Right? Harry Potter cannot be divorced from J.K. Rowling's turf views because she is the only person who writes him on the mainstream level, in the mainstream.
Mm-hmm.
She's the person whose name is always going to be attached.
But also, she owns the rights to the character. She makes all the money off of his sales and everything.
Yes, absolutely that too. She profits greatly off of it. Right? Yeah, absolutely. I'm not discounting that at all. Literally, what I mean is that her views on trans people do taint that whole product.
Yes.
You know? And so, like, I think that when I think about the way that, like, if you write something, if you want it to live on beyond you, right? You need to write it in a way that people will actually use it. No one. So Neil Gaiman held on too hard to the ideas of the Sandman and decided to let that to not let anyone else play with it. And even then, like for me, I thought people literally were just like too intimidated to play with it. You know?
That was a big thing. Yeah,
I do think
that was a big thing. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like I feel like if no one's willing to pick up the story, then you mess up. Then you're not going to have a legacy in comics.
Absolutely agree.
That's my soapbox on the idea of long-term legacy. You know. So yeah.
All right. Next. All right. So this is for do not recommend.
Yeah.
Next is Green Lantern Corps. Or no, not Green Lantern Corps. It's a Green Lantern book of some kind. Which Green Lantern book is this?
This is Absolute Green Lantern.
Ah, okay.
And this is it's all right. I read it. I don't hate myself while I'm reading it, but it's just okay. I sometimes joke that, especially at the very beginning, Amon sort of looks like Frieza, and of course it takes place in the desert, so it very much feels like someone wrote like Al Ewing is writing Dragon Ball Z with the Green Lanterns. They're now getting into like what the lanterns do and mean. There's not a lot of ring slinging around so far. It's been mostly like the proving yourself worthy. It's a little so. Honestly, it's just so painfully slow. I'm gonna put it in do not recommend.
Fair enough.
And I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back.
No problem.
All right, I'm back.
All right, welcome back. It has been 60 years.
All right. All right, and now Absolute Superman.
The Superman with the glowy sun arms.
Oh no.
That's all I know about him. He has big glowy sun hands.
So, this is like this is the absolute line. The absolute trinity has been amazing. Like, so this version of Clark, of Cal, really, was raised on Krypton. He did not come to Earth as a baby. He was raised by Jor-El and Laura Levon.
Yep.
And they are but we learned that Krypton has a rigid caste system, and that Jor and Lara were of the house were known as that is sometimes referred to as the people of steel. They are laborers. They were not scientists. Well, they were scientists. They were, however, kicked out of the scientific elite of them for having other views on how to approach science. Particularly the whether or not their planet was dying and whether or not they should tell people.
As is the way.
Yeah. Superman, so Kal actually, while doing his homework from like actual home, they had teleschool, just like we had under COVID. And one of my favorite things here is like the use of AI in the story. Not that they did not write with AI, but AI appears in the story. One of the things that Kal gets in trouble for is not using the AI to write his paper, but instead writing it himself manually. It's like it's attached to all the information in all the scientific information that Krypton has. Why would you not use it? I didn't. Like I wanted my own words. Similar, and on Earth, after I'm going out of the order of the story because it goes out of order, but eventually, Krypton blows up. His parents had been developing a ship that was made out of these nanobots. That is actually what his cape is. It is his ship. That could save a lot of people, and they actually did manage to save a ton of people. However, they got into a lot of trouble for telling people that the planet was going to explode again, because the Science Council did know. The Science Council knew and were planning on only taking the high-ranking people.
Mm.
So, like, that was, they're like, yeah, we're just going to take the elites. We're going to take the people who matter. Right? And so Jorah and Lara actually managed to save a bunch of people, but in the explosion, they get separated because this ship can break off into other chunks and retain its abilities. It is still a ship. So Clark ends up on Earth, and he is found by the Kents. They treat him right. They help him. He learns English. Well, Soul learns English. His ship learns English, and then manages to help him translate everything. But a lot of this is very anti-corporate. The Lazarus Corporation runs the world, basically. And he is just a thorn in their side everywhere he goes. And Lois Lane works for the Lazarus Company. And she is trying to find him and follow him, and she starts to believe in him. She learns how, she realizes that she's been on the wrong side of things. The Peacemakers are Lazarus Corp's big enforcers. There's this whole, but everything they do goes through the Brainiac AI system. They, all of their reports. And at one point, Peacemaker Christopher Smith, the Peacemaker, right? He actually kills a whole bunch of people, and he was feeling a ton of guilt about it. And he's trying to write his report, and he's saying, "I am at fault for this. I messed up." And literally, the AI is like, "You feared for your life. You need," like, he's giving him all of the excuses. He's like, "No, stop saying that. I messed up." And it's like, I'm like, oh, damn, that is so good. Like, how this thing is just protecting a bad cop. And protecting the company. But yeah, so Lazarus Corp is owned and operated by, or owned and run by Ra's al Ghul. And he wants Superman to be his son, to be his heir.
Okay.
And yeah, it's very cool. I would highly recommend reading this. Like, when that happened, I was like, I would like every Absolute line to have your main villain is swapped. Like, I think it'd be very cool if Absolute Batman's villain was Lex Luthor. Like, I think there's some really cool potential there. But still, very cool. This is going in that really good, perfect level. Like, I enjoyed this.
All right. I mean, that's any indication.
I'm feeling really good about these tiers. I'm not gonna worry too much about like filling up any one tier anymore.
No, we've got them all
Because
more or less. Yeah.
like it feels right that the do not recommend tier would be smaller. You
And
know?
even then, Do Not Recommend has 10 inclusions in it. That's a decent number.
Yeah. Yeah. I will say part of this is also the fact that I don't do reviews of everything I read.
Yeah. That's also partly why it's a good thing for us to be doing this video, is just because there's so much stuff that you have read that you haven't reviewed that makes this different content than just doing a collection of all of your reviews in one video. Though, maybe we should do that as well, as like just compile all your shorts into one video.
Entirely a possibility, yeah.
But okay, next one.
I will say, they're all in one playlist anyway. So and the playlist, I started off that playlist with the year. They are intended to be in a separate playlist from next year.
Fair enough. All right. Next up is Green Lantern Dark, I believe.
Yep. So this is an Elseworld that was really cool. So this is a world where this weird where something bad happened and it killed the entire Justice League except for the new Green Lantern. Green Lantern gets replaced, and then immediately the entire Justice League dies. And this woman Desdemona comes to Earth, and she turns off the sun. And monsters start arriving, and like this all takes place in like New England too. It's every episode is very self-contained. Every issue is very self-contained. It feels very fairy tale-esque, but it takes place in this post-apocalyptic New England, and all at night. And this woman, Desdemona, what she's doing is she is harvesting people's despair, but she also knows that when she does this, when she makes people this despairing, it also summons this giant planet-eating worm. For the record, it's not even a physical worm. It is a ghost worm that will pass through the earth and eat all of the life force on it.
Okay.
And yeah, so she's been going from planet to planet doing this, and just just leaving before the thing gets there. And it turns out that the Green Lantern is meant to give people hope and is meant to actually push away that thing. And Rena, the Green Lantern, has dealt with despair and depression and suicidal ideation even, and it's very much like a story about hope and how even having given up into that despair does not mean that you will never feel hope again. And I think that was amazing. So I'm going to give it the real good, the perfect. It
okay.
It's wonderful, and the art is phenomenal.
Sure thing. Now we're on Green Lantern Corps.
Yep. So Green Lantern Corps, it's just okay, honestly. I did enjoy the Fractured Lantern, the Fractured Spectrum arc, and the Starbreaker Supremacy arc. That has been like it's kind of what's set up everything. So in Green Lantern, the United Planets was actually taken over by shape-shifting aliens, the Durlans. And they use the Green Lanterns as their own private army. They also use that to destroy the power batteries of all the other Lantern Corps. And now that the emotional spectrum is no longer kind of contained to those 7 color lanterns, it broke up, and people started manifesting other lantern powers all over. And so there was this whole like arc involving these weird people getting new powers all over, and that was really cool. And like, I thought it was a really cool opportunity to do some interesting stuff with the Lantern Spectrum. I don't think it really did that though. Like, I'm like, there's some cool stuff we could have in here. You know, we could keep that Spectrum broken and build new colors out of it, but we didn't. So I'm gonna give it. Didn't hate it. It's very pretty. I will say, Green Lantern comics are great for the ADHD brain. It's just so much color. Yeah. So yeah, didn't hate it. But it is a light show. It is DCKL. This is currently ongoing. It is it is 2 issues in. There's a to the it's an event.
Yeah.
So like and I was a little disappointed by issue 2. So at the very beginning of DCKO, they showed this huge bracket, and and I'm like, oh, that's cool. We're gonna get to see all these face off. And then the second round, DCKO issue number 2, has them transported to this other world where there's artifacts there that they can use that to gain advantage. Everyone has to claim 1 artifact. There's 16 artifacts. Anyone who doesn't have an artifact by the end will be eliminated from the tournament. So they go down from 32 to 16. The problem with that is that means that all those 32 face-offs that were shown in that bracket didn't happen. And so I feel a little let down from not seeing even if that had been a who's gonna face off in that, over certain artifacts, that would have been cool, but it didn't materialize like that. So yeah, not the best.
So, but is it an I didn't hate it, or is it a do not recommend?
I didn't hate it. It's still going on, and there's still some potential. We haven't even gotten into most of the all fight month stuff. So,
1 second.
Go for it.
Okay. I think I was smelling something. I think it was just my little portable heater over cooking because I've been using it all day. Because it's been a cold ass day. But yeah, okay. Next is another Batman title.
All right. So yeah, next is Batman Long Halloween, Last Halloween. God, that one.
Long Halloween is another one of those comics that I feel like is not actually that good. It's just held up by having gorgeous fucking art.
Yeah, and this honestly is kind of that. The story not that great. But the whole premise is that this is kind of a love letter to Tim Sale. To Tim Sale. That like it's all in tribute to him. So like every issue is a different artist. I'm like, how do I judge this? Like, Because yeah, it's very much like a bunch of people who are doing something for their friend who passed, and like I can definitely resonate with that. But the story is there.
I get you.
You know, I'm like I don't want to. I want to like. The story is entirely forgettable. The art is phenomenal, and I'm also like I don't want to feel like I'm like insulting the fact that this is a tribute to an amazing artist. Yeah, I don't know.
No, I get you.
Yeah.
So it's the same as the original Long Halloween. Amazing story, incredibly forgettable actual story. Or amazing art, incredibly forgettable story.
Yep.
All right, next we have
That's about an surprising special.
no, that's not.
Oh no, it's a mega act, isn't it?
Yeah, the Bad Moon Special one is included in there already. This one is what is this one? No. What what are you? God, there's so many comics in here.
Yeah, this is I know. This one is the Omega Act special.
Gotcha.
Justice League, the Omega Act special.
1 second.
It is a prologue. Yeah.
You can keep talking. I just gotta go voice for a second.
So yeah, this is a prologue to the DCKO.
Okay.
Honestly, yeah, God, I'm literally trying to remember what the plot is.
All right, that's very easy. I forgot I even read it story.
Yeah, no, really. Like it's a prelude to the event, but it's yeah, like it blurs in with all the rest of it.
All right. The next one is
Creature Commandos.
Creature Commandos.
Don't recommend.
Okay.
Disjointed plot, production delays. Honestly, like it took three episodes, 3 issues of a 6-issue mini for them to get out of the plate out of the out of the base.
It's a Surf Dracula situation.
Yeah, no. Huh?
It's a Surf Dracula situation.
Something like that.
You know what the Surf Dracula meme is, right?
No, I don't. Actually.
The Surf Dracula meme is a criticism of modern TV writing, like Netflix specials and Netflix shows and such, where we are bringing back the famous 80s TV show Surf Dracula. First entire season, Dracula never surfs until the very last episode where he pulls out the surfboard out of a dusty closet.
A little bit, yeah.
But okay. Next is the Power Company.
Power Company was alright. I wanted more from this. It was an interesting idea to build this was sort of in place of the DC Power anthology, which shows a bunch which is all about black heroes, and it was interesting to be like, hey, we're gonna kind of promo like a line. We wanted to build the Power Company a black character lineup team of Justice League members. Um, the first issue is largely them. It's a Sir Dracula situation. It very much is. It's the Sir Dracula situation. Like it's Signal and Jace Fox Batman trying to solve a murder, and I'm like, but and Signal is also trying to get Jace on the idea of like, you should join the team, and Jace is like, I don't want to join the team, and I'm like, can we have just the team? So I'm gonna like, and honestly, like I barely remember the plot.
All right.
I'm gonna call it forget I even read it.
Yep.
Like, because if there were more of it, if there were more issues, if it was, then yeah, it would have been good. But like, so I'm not a don't recommend. I would like. The problem is that there's only one issue, and it's not even an actual team.
Gotcha.
You know?
Next is... What is the next one? Oh, wait, there's one more also I didn't include in the original thing. What is the next one? I'm trying to find it. Really wish these all had, like, full pictures and everything instead of these cropped things. I could see the titles at the top of these comics.
I'm like, I don't even know what that is.
Oh, found it. This is DC Marvel The Flash Fantastic Four.
Oh, right. Okay. So this was a DC Go comic?
Mm-hmm.
It was a crossover I did not even expect to see.
Yeah.
But it was a welcome crossover I did not expect to see. Like, just a weird, like, decision to do, like, even, like, in addition to Batman Deadpool and Deadpool Batman and Spider-Man and Superman Spider-Man and probably Spider-Man Superman, because that wasn't confusing. We're going to do a random crossover on the scrolling side of things. But it was really cool. Gorilla Grodd invades the Baxter Building, and Flash and Mr. Fantastic is working on a on this like time travel pen thing, and so they have to kind of figure out where they're going to go, when they're going to go to. It's a little weird and wibbly wobbly, but like very fun.
Okay.
And what I appreciated is that the fuse plot is very limited. Like it almost is just like, yeah, I was in New York, whatever. Like there's no, we're suddenly in the same universe.
It's written as if they always were in the same universe.
Yeah. And I enjoyed that. I would call it decent.
Okay. Next, Absolute Wonder Woman. Now, this is the only Absolute run that I actually have read myself.
Oh, good. What do you think?
It was decent for what it was, very decompressed. I liked some of the ideas they were exploring, and the art is really good.
Yeah, Hayden Trim's art is amazing. I really do. Like, for me, I love the story between Hecate and not Hecate, between Cersei and Diana. Like, this love that they have, like the family relationship here. Cersei beating her mom and not having wanted to be her mom,
Mm-hmm.
and also the arc early on when, like, as Diana is growing up and how slowly but surely this cave that Cersei has lived in for hundreds of years becomes an actual home is just gorgeous.
Mm-hmm. I did like the twist with with Diana eating the fruit of the underworld so that she can go back to the underworld to see Cersei.
That was cute. Yeah. No, it's. I also love that, like, um, the some of the gear that she has is so cool. Like, one, I love that I love that she's a amputee. Um, that's freaking cool. I love her lasso in this, the Nemesis lasso.
And not so much how I feel about the amputee thing, because she spends one issue as an amputee, and it's like, oh, now I've got my magic arm back and I can do things again. It's just like I functionally act like I don't have an amputee. Because I got this magic arm.
It definitely does run into some super problems.
Like, it's not like, this isn't like Full Metal Alchemist, where the character has a metal arm that can basically do whatever a real arm does, but they constantly make notes of what his arm can't do, and the chronic pain and fatigue that it gives him from using it. Like, no. Diana doesn't have any of that. She just have, oh, I've got a weird metal arm that does exactly the same thing as my regular arm does.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I love the Nemesis lasso. That thing is freaking cool. I love that it's kind of that rather than being about truth, it's like, it will hurt you in proportion to your sin.
It's the penance stare.
Your evil.
It's Ghost Rider's penance stare.
Yeah, it's the penance stare. And I love that. I love a thing that cannot harm good people, but can only harm evil. That to me is so freaking cool, and I think it's. Yeah, I love, and that she uses, at one point she uses it, and she figures like, oh, you're not a bad guy, person who can't talk to me and who charged me, we're good. Like, that's how she meets Ferdinand in this. There's so many things that are so cool in this. I loved her interaction with Prometheus, and sort of what it tells us about, like, the gods in this.
Yeah.
And I'm excited. So for me, yeah, that's going in the highest one. That was perfect.
Shazam!
There was some cool stuff in here. I enjoyed it. But I am struggling to think of any of the plots. Thinking about, forgot I even read, it's not, it was good, it was fun, I enjoyed reading it, but no, I don't remember anything. I can tell you I had a good time, but it was not, fine.
It wasn't a memorable time.
I even read it.
It wasn't a memorable time.
It wasn't a memorable time. Oh, actually, I do remember one thing which was pretty cool. At one point, Jack Ryder is in the car with Billy Batson, and makes him read a list of countries as a way of tricking him into saying Shazam. I'm like, that was pretty cool. He tricks him into revealing his identity at one point. That was pretty cool. But no, other than that moment, no. Okay, next, what's that?
Next, putting Shazam in Forgot I Even Read It, or in I Didn't Hate It, or Decent?
Yeah. Forgot I Even Read It.
Okay, yeah, that is, I don't know what that one is. Oh, I think that's JSA, or, what is that? I see Jaime Reyes, Jade, Alan Scott.
Alright. No, that isn't Jaime Reyes.
Oh.
That is Obsidian.
Oh, yeah, they have very similar color schemes and costumes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This was
no,
JSA. So what was this?
JSA.
What was JSA like?
So I wanted to like Jeff Lemire's run. I like Jeff Lemire. This just wasn't it. So half of the elders of the JSA get trapped in another dimension, while the younger members fight and argue about things. But once again, very decompressed. The whole first arc of this is 12 issues, and just starting out like that is so rough. I'm gonna put it in do not recommend. I wanted to like it, but it was just so much. It was a little hard to track where certain characters were, and yeah.
All right. Do not recommend. Okay. Next is, I think that's Justice League? Some sort of Justice League book.
That is just League Unlimited, yep.
Okay. Oh yeah, I was curious about that run because that has Captain Atom and Star Sapphire on it. Do they do anything in it?
Yeah. They do. So, I will say, part of the current Justice League Unlimited run is sort of a rotating team. It is very much more about the whole Watchtower, but they'll focus on in the very beginning of it, they were doing a lot of we're going on this mission, here's the team we're bringing, and Star Sapphire was there as the newbie for training, which was very cool. I enjoyed that. We're hey, you're just getting used to the idea of permanently having these Star Sapphire powers, but let's get you trained up. And Black Lightning was there because he's a teacher.
Okay.
I was that is pretty cool. The idea of let's bring in this one who we know can teach and this one who we know is new, and let's put them on the team so they can learn how to. So one can learn how to be a superhero. I thought that was really cool. There's a couple of plots that kind of build up on each other. The big thing here was this organization called Inferno, which it turned out was actually the Legion of Doom, but not the Legion of Doom of currently. It was actually this all led into the We Are Yesterday storyline. Gorilla Grodd from the present got a hold of. So part of this story was actually, first off, was that after Absolute Power, all those powers get swapped around and moved, and Martian Manhunter does not have his psychic powers and has been lying to the team and hiding it because he didn't want to worry anybody. So after that's revealed, he leaves the team mostly out of shame. They're okay, we can help you. We wish you had told us sooner. He's blah, 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 I'm gonna leave for now. I'm benching myself. It turns out Gorilla Grodd had his powers. Gorilla Grodd still had all of his mental powers. On top of Gorilla Grodd's already existing mental powers. He got supercharged with this, was able to communicate with him with a past version of himself, and thus managed to get some of the time traveling. This was a crossover between, and now I'm remembering a storyline from the current, what's it called? From the current World's Finest, because this is a crossover with World's Finest. So people in the World's Finest period got started working on, hey, we're gonna move to the future, or we're gonna take over the future, because villains from the past, all sorts of things. Airwave becomes really important here. I'd rather enjoyed that Airwave actually got like some love. I'm gonna call it decent.
Okay. All right. This is the late edition. You had me added to the thing that wasn't on your your League of Comic Geeks thing. Interdimensional by Bad
they're
Ink.
not on the cover. All right. So Interdimensional 3 from Bad Ink Studios. So I love Bad Ink Studios.
Oh yeah, I watch them all the time.
They're one of the people who, yeah, they're one of the people who got me really like interested in comic lettering, and they also have some really cool videos on color theory too.
Mm-hmm.
Like yeah, watching their stuff is amazing, and of course I've gotten their first two, and I bought Interdimensional number 3, and it's gorgeous. Lydia is a phenomenal artist. It's hand inked.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Like, God, it's
yeah. For those who don't already know that, follow Bad Ink on YouTube and on TikTok. They have they upload shorts all over the place showing their progress and how to teach people how to ink and letter. They're amazing people, and yeah, they teach you all kinds of stuff about inking processes and lettering techniques.
Yeah. The main story here is one of my favorites. It is about a woman who works for an ad company, and she really wants to put out a D&D book, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But she hears about this but she has writer's block and she's not getting it all done. And she hears about this company that has bespoke dreams, and she gets permission from her editor to go to the bespoke dream company to interview, because she works in an advertising magazine, and this place also puts ads in your dream.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And it's interspersed with all these dreams that she's having as she is a barbarian on a quest for this magical book that will tell her everything she needs for this story. And it's also full of ads for hot sauce, which are creepy and just go like really weird. Like the hot sauce guy just looked like a demon by the end of it. And then the way it ends is that she's been burned severely by a malfunction in this hotel room. And I'm like, what the fuck? Right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I start thinking about it, like, why was she punished for this? She's a creative. What is the problem? Why is she being punished? And that's how I came to realize that what the problem is, she's not a creative. She is searching for a technological solution to give her instant gratification rather than doing the work, rather than going through the process of creating art, of making something bad and editing it and fixing it and making it better. She's looking for an instant solution.
The villain is AI.
This is about it. Yeah. And once I figured it out, I'm like, oh man, that's so good. So yeah, no, and it's absolutely gorgeous. The art is trippy and so cool. I highly recommend. They're amazing people, and I actually got like, and they'll like, you can get a PDF of it, and I actually bought it physically for like $30, and they sent me a bunch of stickers and a bandana, which I wear quite often actually. That puts the word bad right across my forehead.
Mm-hmm.
Highly recommend. Yeah. Also, it is one of the best reviews I've ever done, because I tagged Bad Ink in it, and they're like, and it was like, it's really every single theme you were working with. I was like, yes, I got an A+ on my review. Yeah. So yeah, I absolutely adore it. Yeah.
All right.
Highly
Next,
recommend. Yeah.
next is both of our
Yes,
favorite run, Secret Six. So I'm just going to immediately put into really good.
Yeah.
But yeah, this run is so good. I
love Deadshot and Catman and their toxic ex-breakup situation and Deadshot's refusal to give up
Yeah.
on Amanda Waller. I love Catman's relationship with Superboy, where he's all like, "Oh, you sweet summer child, we are the good guys."
Yeah.
I love
Yeah.
Dreamer and forgot the boyfriend's name.
Jay.
Yeah, I love Dreamer and Jay's dynamic and their whole situation of the two of them. Like Dreamer realizing her error of her ways, but Jay refusing to learn the error of his ways. But also, it's just like, is he having the error of his ways? Like, yes, Superboy. What is the difference between you helping him overthrow a dystopian country that's not America versus you helping him overthrow a dystopian company that is America? The only difference is you live in America.
Yeah, no, like I loved Jay. This is the first time I've ever given a shit about Jay.
This is the first time I've given a shit about John. Like this makes the entire Taylor Superman stuff worth it in the end. It's honestly, I really want this to be like the next direction for Superman. I like. He can't be Superman. I'm sorry. You're never going to get the Superman title away from Clark, and I hate having people sharing monikers. Maybe this could lead to a story where John feels he cannot maintain the Superman mantle, that it is toxically tearing him apart trying to uphold that ideal, and he gets his own goddamn mantle.
I'm just okay, man.
It ends up getting misinterpreted as Justice Man.
This is a lot more nuance than I was ready for, man. Like, yeah, no, this was, like, I loved the mess here. There's so much mess. Like, Dreamer is in love with John, and Jay is in love with John, but John is too milquetoast to really deal with it, like, to take a stand on anything, and, like...
I love him. I love Amanda Waller being, like, this was what you had to do with Amanda Waller, because the Williamson Suicide Squad run and Absolute Power had flanderized her so much there was no way to fix her. So the only solution you could do is just wipe her memory.
I loved Black Alice stealing Athena's power, and then Athena going, "The fuck do you think you're doing?" Because I know you were not happy with that initial pull, and then I'm like, and I messaged him like, "Oh, they fixed it in a way that you're gonna enjoy." And
Yeah, no.
it's just
The thing is, I didn't hate it. I didn't.
Was really hurt? It's like, no. She didn't steal Athena's power, and Athena is pissed.
The thing is, yeah, I didn't hate it. It just left me like, this is way more powerful than she has ever been before, and I'm just like, what the hell is going on here?
And then, like, and this actually led me to, like, I came up with a whole story about what I wanted to do next with this as an idea, where she steals the powers of a dead god, and, like, wait, how can you steal the powers of a dead god? They're dead. And she's like, oh, I guess this guy's not dead. And then, so, like, they end up going on a quest to find this dead god who's been hiding from his followers.
Yeah, no, this one has so much good going for it. Like, yeah, and like the toxic, like, I think it's hilarious that Catman and Deadshot went from fighting like an old married couple to now they're divorced.
I really need a sequel to this run. This needs to be like the Infinite Crisis Secret Six mini, where it launches a full ongoing run.
Like, honestly, like, I could very easily see, like, one of the things that I've thought about is that, like, so Dreamer, so one of the big problems that Dreamer has is what she did to Amanda Waller literally caused Batman to make a giant, terrifying spy satellite that caused a crisis.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Like, right? What she did is bad, right?
Yeah.
And, like, there's elements of, like, this that could have some, like, at one point I said, I'm wondering if Batman's gonna have, like, a problem with, like, if this is gonna, how this is gonna impact her superhero, like, career, right? Her prospects. And at one point Nicole was like, yeah, her prospects are in the toilet, dude. And I'm like, so, like, I think that I very much think that Nia could actually be on the Six.
Oh, I would love for her to stick around as part of the Six. She's a great addition to the team. She would work really well as, like, I really want to find out what is going on with Scandal, because we haven't. The only thing we've seen of her in this entire post, like, Rebirth continuity time was like a one-off storyline where she was working with Vandal Savage in a Batman comic.
Oh no, I know where she is. She's currently in JSA.
Oh, okay.
Not in the JSA. She's currently one of the villains in the well, she was one of the villains on JSA's run.
I guess that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, she was currently busy. But yeah, no, I could see her and Scandal getting along. Like, yeah, no. I would love to see more of Scandal. And, like, the whole, also, I gave it so many props because of actually doing chess notation right.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and it was just simple. First off, one, they did a very easy pawn move, right?
Yeah.
Like, they didn't use blah 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 blah. It was a simple pawn move. It was E4. The thing about E4 that I love is that E4 is a move that makes the bishop able to move.
Mm-hmm.
It lets the bishop out, and that's what happened. They called E4. All of the pawns moved away, and the bishop, who was Jeanette, jumped into the fight. Like, chess notation as code for get the fuck out of there. Perfect. Done.
Yeah, I don't think there's much else we can say about this run besides the two of us just gushing endlessly about it. So, Static Shock Batman Beyond.
This is going to go under great potential. It's only got one issue out.
Okay.
But it feels like an episode of Batman Beyond, and particularly the crossover where we got to see the older Static. Like, they knew what they were doing. Good job.
Okay. This one with what appears to be Steel, Power Girl, and forgot her name. Omen, right.
Yeah. So yeah, this is gonna go under. I didn't hate it. I thought it was fun. There were definitely some weirdness going on with the storylines. Some of it didn't quite work out. I do think it got a little too much hate. I think part of that hate is once again that Power Girl and Omen have a very gay friendship. And a lot, and they're not gonna hook up. It's once again the same problem with Fire and Ice. They're even white and blue and green. Yeah. No.
At least with Fire and Ice, there is a much more obvious ice girl that Bia should be hooking up with, which is Sigrid.
Yeah.
God, just bring Sigrid back. Okay, the last one on our list, and then we can wrap things up. God, we have been doing this for 7 hours.
Yeah, no, and this is finally it. And honestly, okay, so the Titans run has not been good. I have not liked any of the arc. However, Titans Annual made me cry. Phil Jimenez has got to stop writing with onions. So this is completely standalone. Power Girl, not Power Girl. Hana Troy is writing a letter. I forget to whom, but she is going to visit. Oh right, it was a letter she wrote to her biological father, and she is going to visit him. Kind of. He has just passed away.
Mm-hmm.
She is visiting her biological father's family, right? Because the funeral's I guess coming up, and basically she's telling him what a life she's led, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's so much emotion in this. It goes through her entire arc. It goes her growing up on Themyscira, her having this moment, having a sleepover at the in the Batcave, and Robin got in trouble, and she explained to Batman, hey, you need to let him know that you're not gonna return him. You need to let him know that you still love him. Because I know what that's like to mess up and think that the people who take care of you aren't gonna love you anymore. And I know how much it meant to me to have that reaffirmed. You should definitely do that. Because Batman would not have if she didn't. And then she talks about all sorts of things. And it turns out that her biological father had left her biological mother because he was gay. And she meets his husband, and there's a lot of elements of understanding parents aren't perfect, and going through this whole thing, and it talks about the loss of her child and about it's such a good look at Donna Troy, who once again I knew very little about, and it made me cry.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what do we put? So I guess we can just say, okay, the run itself was.
Yeah, no, we're gonna grade this just on the fact that it is the annual.
Okay.
That image there, that is the annual.
Gotcha.
The annual I'm grading as perfect.
All right.
I highly recommend reading the annual. Go read it. It is the best annual of the year.
Gotcha.
So before I said that Absolute Batman annual was not my number one annual, this is.
Gotcha.
Like-
All right. Yeah. So we've completed the entire thing. There's a wide berth of like the categories are all full. It's not like we left any of them incomplete or anything like that. There's at least
Yeah.
10 in all of these categories. We covered an entire year's worth of your reading history in 7 hours. I think
Wow.
that sounds like a complete job right there.
Yeah. No worries. That was amazing. God. I never thought we'd get through it all.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Yeah.
See you all around. Go keep following us on the YouTube Shorts. Keep watching Night. Do all the hard labor of keeping the channel alive. See you all later.
Yeah. Yep.